The Elder Scrolls universe hides revelations that have haunted players for decades. But what if I told you Alduin's return was orchestrated to distract from vampire prophecies written in blood, Brotherhood contracts that target reality itself, and the return of a Dragonborn who makes the World Eater look tame? After spending countless hours diving deep into Tamriel's lore, analyzing forbidden texts, and piecing together fragments scattered across multiple eras, I've uncovered connections that will completely change how you see what comes after the World Eater's defeat. We're talking about a narrative web so intricate that it reveals why Alduin's return was merely the catalyst for far darker forces to emerge. Tonight, I'm revealing the complete, lore-accurate story of what truly threatens Tamriel beyond the Dragon Crisis. From Harkon's blasphemous prophecy to End the Sun itself, to Miraak's imprisonment that spans thousands of years, to the Dark Brotherhood's role in shaping the very fate of empires. This isn't just another lore recap. This is the definitive deep dive that exposes why these ancient powers chose this exact moment to strike. Feel the weight of Auriel's bow as it decides between eternal night and burning day. Witness the first Dragonborn's corruption in Apocrypha, where Hermaeus Mora's tentacles have wrapped around more than just forbidden knowledge. Uncover how the Night Mother's whispers connect to prophecies older than the Empire itself, and why every contract fulfilled brings Tamriel closer to an unseen precipice. Drawing from hidden lore, cut content, and connections most players miss entirely, we'll expose how these storylines interweave with Daedric machinations that make Alduin look like a mere pawn. Every vampire lord, every assassination, every word of power, they're all building toward a convergence that will define the next era. By the end, you'll understand why the last Dragonborn's greatest battles came after saving the world, and how these victories, or failures, set the stage for cataclysms yet to come. As you drift into sleep, let these revelations guide you through the shadows where true power dwells. Close your eyes. The real war for Tamriel is beginning, and the complete truth about what lies beyond Alduin is finally being revealed. 6 months had passed since Alduin's defeat when the rumors began. Travelers spoke in hushed tones of attacks that came with the night. Not dragons this time, but something older, hungrier, more intimate in its violence. Bodies drained of blood. Entire families vanishing between dusk and dawn. The sun itself seeming weaker, as if something was slowly draining the light from the world. The Dragonborn had settled into an uneasy routine in the new world they'd helped create. Dragons flew overhead as citizens rather than conquerors. The Thuum echoed from mountaintops in meditation rather than battle. Peace, such as it was, had come to Skyrim. But peace, the Dragonborn was learning, simply meant that the threats became subtler. The first direct encounter came near Riften. A young woman approached at twilight, beautiful in the way that predators often are. She spoke of her father, trapped in a cave by bandits, needing rescue. Her tears seemed genuine. Her desperation felt real. But something in her scent, in the way shadows clung to her despite the torchlight, triggered instincts honed by dragon hunting. When she attacked, it was with speed that mocked mortal reflexes. Fangs that had been hidden behind perfect lips sought the Dragonborn's throat. Claws that had seemed like delicate fingers raked across armor. This was no bandit trap, but something far worse. A vampire, and not the civilized kind that sometimes dwelt in cities, but a feral thing that saw humans as nothing more than walking meals. The battle was brief, but educational. Fire magic worked well. The creature shrieked and recoiled from flames. But she was fast, strong, and desperate. Only the Dragonborn's enhanced reflexes, gifts from dragon souls absorbed, allowed them to keep pace. When she finally fell, her body didn't just die, but disintegrated, leaving only ash and questions. The questions multiplied when an orc in strange armor appeared moments later. Miraak of the Dawnguard, he introduced himself, part of an ancient order recently reformed to combat the growing vampire menace. He'd been tracking this particular vampire for days, part of a clan that had grown bold in recent months. His arrival just after the battle seemed too convenient to be coincidence. The Dawnguard, Miraak explained, needed recruits. The vampire threat was greater than isolated attacks suggested. Entire clans were mobilizing, organizing in ways they hadn't for centuries. Something had changed in the balance between vampire and mortal, and the Dawnguard intended to restore it. Fort Dawnguard, their headquarters, lay in a canyon near Riften Isran. Their leader would want to meet someone capable of killing a vampire single-handedly. The journey to Fort Dawnguard revealed the scope of the problem. Every inn had stories of disappearances. Every guard post reported attacks they couldn't explain. The patterns suggested coordination, vampires working together rather than hunting alone. Even dragons seemed wary, avoiding certain areas after dark. Fort Dawnguard itself was a statement of intent carved in stone, ancient architecture restored with modern paranoia, walls too high for even vampires to leap, gates that locked from inside with mechanisms no inhuman strength could force. Every window was narrow, every approach overlooked by murder holes. This wasn't just a fort, but a sanctuary designed by people who understood their enemy intimately. Isran embodied the Dawnguard's philosophy, paranoia elevated to art form. A redguard whose family had been destroyed by vampires, he trusted no one completely, questioned everything twice, and prepared for betrayals that might never come. His greeting to the Dragonborn mixed respect with suspicion. Yes, they'd saved the world from dragons, but could they be trusted against vampires? Was their blood pure? Were their loyalties certain? The tests were exhaustive. Silver weapons to see if the Dragonborn recoiled, blessed water to check for unholy reactions, questions designed to reveal vampire sympathies or hidden infections. Only after passing every test did Isran relax marginally, though his hand never strayed far from his crossbow, a Dawnguard innovation that fired bolts capable of piercing vampire hearts. The situation, Isran explained, was worse than rumors suggested. The vampires weren't just hunting, but recruiting, building an army for purposes unknown. Worse, they'd become organized under a single authority, something that hadn't happened since the First Era. The Dawnguard had reformed specifically to counter this threat, but they were few against many. What they needed was intelligence. A vampire had been captured recently, and before dying had spoken of Dim Hollow Crypt, an ancient Nordic ruin where something significant was happening. Isran wanted it investigated, but carefully. The Dawnguard's newest member, Agmer, needed field experience. The Dragonborn would accompany him, providing veteran support, while assessing whether this farm boy had what it took to hunt the undead. Agmer was everything Isran wasn't. Young, optimistic, convinced that joining the Dawnguard would be a grand adventure. His family farm had been spared vampire attacks, so he'd volunteered out of idealism rather than revenge. His enthusiasm was both endearing and concerning. Vampire hunting required a certain hardness that the boy lacked. The journey to Dim Hollow Crypt provided time for education. The Dragonborn shared what they'd learned about vampires, their strengths, weaknesses, the way they thought. Agmer absorbed it all with the dedication of a student who knew his life depended on his lessons. His questions revealed intelligence beneath the naivety. Perhaps he would survive long enough to lose his innocence properly. Dim Hollow Crypt squatted in the mountains like a canker on the world. Even from outside, wrongness radiated from it. The aurora borealis, usually beautiful, seemed to avoid the area. Animals gave it wide berth. The very air felt thicker, as if death had weight that accumulated over centuries. Inside, was worse. The crypt showed signs of recent excavation, vampire work, judging by the precision and the bodies of hired miners drained of blood. The vampires had been searching for something specific, following architectural clues that led deeper into the mountain. Their organization was evident in the systematic way they'd explored, marking passages and documenting findings. The vampires themselves were revelation and horror combined. These weren't the feral creatures that attacked travelers, but organized soldiers with discipline and purpose. They wore armor that had been modified for their inhuman speed. They coordinated attacks with military precision. Most disturbingly, they spoke of their mission with religious fervor, mentioning someone called Harkon, who would lead them to glory. Deeper in the crypt, the architecture changed from Nordic to something older. These passages predated the dragon cult, belonging to an era when different powers ruled. The vampires had been drawn here by legends, seeking something specific. Their excavations had uncovered a chamber that thrummed with dormant power. The chamber's center held a device that defied easy description. Circles within circles, channels carved for purposes unknown. The vampires had been trying to activate it when the Dragonborn and Agmaer arrived. The battle was fierce. These vampires were elites, ancient enough to have mastered abilities beyond mere strength and speed. They commanded frost, transformed into mist, and regenerated wounds that should have been fatal. Agmaer acquitted himself well for a first battle. His crossbow bolts found their marks. His silver sword drew blood when opportunity arose. Most importantly, he didn't panic when faced with enemies that moved faster than human eyes could track. The boy might make a vampire hunter after all. When the last vampire fell, investigation of the device revealed its purpose. Blood was the key. Vampire blood specifically. The channels were designed to direct it in patterns that would unlock whatever lay beneath. The Dragonborn, pragmatic about such things, used the freshly spilled vampire blood to activate the mechanism. The floor spiraled open like a stone flower, revealing a monolith at its heart. But this was no ordinary stone. It was a sarcophagus, ancient beyond measure, containing something that had been hidden since before recorded history. The seals on it were works of art, designed to contain something powerful. Whatever lay within had been important enough to hide with puzzles that had taken vampires centuries to solve. Opening it was perhaps unwise, but wisdom had never been the Dragonborn's strongest trait. The seals broke with sounds like sighing, and the lid fell away to reveal the impossible. A woman, perfectly preserved, beautiful in the way that made beauty seem inadequate as a description. She wore clothing from an era that predated the Empire, jewelry that belonged in museums, and an expression of confusion that made her seem achingly mortal. Then she opened her eyes, and mortality fled. These were vampire eyes, ancient and hungry, but with depths that suggested more than mere predation. She sat up with careful grace, taking in her surroundings with intelligence that processed centuries of change in moments. When she spoke, her accent belonged to no modern tongue. Her name was Serana, and her questions came rapid fire. How long had she slept? Who ruled now? Where were her parents? The answers: that empires had risen and fallen, that dragons had returned and been defeated, that centuries had passed like days, seemed to neither surprise nor disturb her. She adapted to her new reality with speed that spoke of either remarkable resilience or vampire pragmatism. But she was also clearly terrified, though she hid it well. Whatever had driven her into that magical sleep hadn't been voluntary. She clutched an Elder Scroll, another Elder Scroll, the Dragonborn noted with dismay, like a lifeline. When asked about it, she deflected with skill born of long practice. This was her burden, her secret, her purpose for enduring centuries of magical sleep. The journey out of Dim Hollow Crypt was tense. Serana was vampire nobility. That much was clear from her bearing and the deference even feral vampires showed her. But she was also oddly sympathetic, showing concern for Agmaer when he was wounded, speaking to the Dragonborn as an equal rather than prey. She was a contradiction that challenged easy categories. More vampires waited outside, a retrieval team sent by someone who'd known Serana would be found. Their leader, a vampire lord whose power radiated like cold fire, spoke to Serana with familiarity that suggested old connections, but Serana refused to go with them, clinging to the Dragonborn's presence like a shield. The confrontation nearly became violent before the vampire lord retreated, promising that Lord Harkon would hear of this. Serana's request was simple and complex: take her home. Her family had a castle on an island near Solitude, a place where she could be safe while figuring out what had changed in her absence. She promised answers about the Elder Scroll, about why vampires were organizing, about what threat loomed on the horizon. But first, she needed to go home. The Dragonborn faced a choice that would define the coming conflict: take Serana to the Dawnguard, where Isran would likely want her destroyed regardless of her potential value, or honor her request and deliver her to a castle full of vampires who might or might not be hostile. Agmaer advocated for the former, his new training overcoming his sympathy. But something in Serana's manner, in the way she clutched that Elder Scroll like it mattered more than her own existence, suggested larger forces at work. The decision to escort Serana home wasn't made lightly. The journey to Castle Volkihar took them through Skyrim's northern reaches, where the sun seemed weaker and shadows lasted longer. Serana proved an oddly pleasant traveling companion. Her observations about how the world had changed were insightful, sometimes funny, occasionally heartbreaking. Cities she remembered as villages, forests where castles had stood. The weight of centuries made casual conversation into history lessons. She was also curious about the Dragonborn, asking questions that revealed how much she'd missed. Dragons were myths in her time, the Thurm a lost art. The idea that someone had absorbed dragon souls and saved the world fascinated her. She seemed particularly interested in the concept of choice, that the Dragonborn had chosen to save rather than rule, to build rather than destroy. Castle Volkihar appeared through fog like something from a nightmare. An island fortress connected to the mainland by a bridge that seemed too narrow for accident. It radiated age and power. The architecture was ancient, predating even Serana's long sleep. This was a place built by vampires for vampires, where the sun's touch had never been welcome. The reception was everything the Dragonborn had feared and more. Vampire lords and ladies who made Serana look young. Warriors who'd been killing for centuries. Scholars who'd studied darkness until they embodied it. And at their center, on a throne that seemed carved from crystallized blood, sat Lord Harkon. Serana's father was power incarnate. Not the raw physical might of dragons, but something more insidious. The power of age, of patience, of plans laid across centuries. His joy at his daughter's return seemed genuine, but it was the joy of a chess player whose crucial piece had returned to the board. His gaze lingered on the Elder Scroll she carried, and his smile promised nothing good. The offer Harkon made was unexpected. The Dragonborn had done his family a service by returning Serana. Such service deserved reward. He offered the gift of his blood, not mere vampirism, but the power of a vampire lord, a strain of the disease that granted abilities beyond common vampires. The power to command lesser undead, to transform into a creature of nightmare, to walk as a god among mortals. The throne room waited in silence for the Dragonborn's answer. Accept and gain power that would make dragon slaying seem simple. Refuse and insult the hospitality of beings who'd been killing since before the Empire existed. Serana watched with eyes that revealed nothing, though something in her posture suggested tension. The choice would echo through everything that followed. Those who accepted Harkon's gift underwent transformation that was ecstasy and agony combined. The blood burned like liquid starlight, rewriting mortality into something else. The world exploded into new sensations. Heartbeats audible from across rooms, blood scent painting trails through air, power that begged to be used. The vampire lord form was intoxicating. Wings that defied physics, claws that could rend steel, magic that flowed like breathing. Those who refused faced Harkon's cold displeasure, but also his pragmatic acceptance. Not everyone was suited for the gift, but refusal meant exile from the castle, marked as someone who'd spurned hospitality. Either path led to the same revelation. Harkon had plans that required the Elder Scroll, and Serana was the key to everything. The prophecy Harkon revealed rewrote the stakes of everything. The tyranny of the sun, a prophecy hidden in the Elder Scrolls that spoke of eternal night. If Oriel's bow could be found and corrupted with blood of a daughter of Coldharbour, it could blot out the sun permanently. Vampires would walk freely, never again fearing the burning light. The world would become their feeding ground. Serana's role became clear. She was a daughter of Coldharbour, a vampire created through a ritual so vile that even other vampires spoke of it in whispers. Her blood was the key to the prophecy. Her Elder Scroll contained part of the ritual needed, but she'd fled before her father could complete his plan, hiding in Dim Hollow Crypt rather than become an instrument of eternal night. The family dynamics were poisonous, even by vampire standards. Valerica, Serana's mother, had vanished with another Elder Scroll to prevent Harkon's plan. The prophecy spoke of vampire lords being destroyed in the process of creating eternal night, and Valerica had loved her husband too much to let him destroy himself. Their conflict had torn the family apart, leaving Serana to choose between parents who each claimed to act in her best interest. For those who accepted vampirism, integration into Castle Volkihar's hierarchy came with its own challenges. The court was a nest of ambitions centuries in the making. Vingalmo and Orthiolf competed for Harkon's favour with vicious subtlety. Ferran Sadri pursued magical research that pushed the boundaries of undeath. Garan Marathi maintained the castle's physical needs with efficiency that masked deeper loyalties. The tasks Harkon set tested loyalty and capability equally. Hunt specific prey to prove predatory skills, retrieve artifacts that would aid the prophecy, eliminate rivals who threatened vampire supremacy. Each mission revealed more about the scope of Harkon's ambitions and the lengths he'd go to achieve them. For those who rejected vampirism and returned to the Dawnguard, Isran's reaction was predictably explosive. They'd had a chance to infiltrate the enemy and thrown it away for moral squeamishness, or they'd been seduced by vampire lies and couldn't be trusted. Either way, the intelligence about Harkon's plan made the threat clear. This wasn't about vampire attacks, but about reshaping the world itself. The Dawnguard's response was to recruit more aggressively. Serene Gerard, a Breton engineer obsessed with crossbow technology, joined to perfect weapons that could pierce vampire hearts at distance. Gunmar, an old soldier who trained trolls for combat, brought muscle and tactical experience. Florentius Baenius, a priest who claimed RK spoke to him directly, provided healing and blessings that actually worked against undead. Both paths led to the same realization. 2 more Elder Scrolls were needed to complete or prevent the prophecy. One remained with Serana's mother, wherever she'd hidden. The other was lost to time, its location forgotten. Finding them would require delving into mysteries that had been buried for good reason. Serana proved crucial regardless of which side the Dragonborn chose. Her knowledge of the prophecy, her connections to both Elder Scrolls, and her immunity to her father's direct control made her indispensable. She chose to work with the Dragonborn over her father, recognizing that his vision of eternal night would destroy the world she'd once loved, even if she could no longer walk in its sunlight. The search for Valerica began in Castle Volkihar's laboratory, a place of alchemical wonders and horrors. Serana's memories guided them to her mother's secret study, hidden behind mechanisms that required both vampire knowledge and raw power to bypass. The study revealed Valerica's obsession, not just with stopping Harkon, but with understanding the fundamental nature of vampirism itself. The journals spoke of Cold Harbor, Molag Bal's realm of oblivion, where the first vampires were created. Valerica had discovered a way to open a portal there, seeking answers or escape or both. The ritual required ingredients that made even hardened vampire hunters pause. Soul gem shards filled with specific essences, samples of vampire blood from different bloodlines, and the willing participation of a daughter of Cold Harbor. Serana's decision to help find her mother revealed character depths that challenged preconceptions about vampires. She spoke of her transformation with a mixture of pride and horror. Pride in surviving something that destroyed most who attempted it. Horror at what she'd endured to gain power she'd never wanted. The ritual of becoming a daughter of Cold Harbor involved direct contact with Molag Bal himself, a violation of body and soul that left permanent scars. The portal to Cold Harbor opened like a wound in reality. The realm beyond was everything mortals feared about oblivion, a landscape of impossibility where suffering was architecture and despair was weather. The sky was void. The ground was made of substances that had no names in mortal tongues. And everywhere the evidence of Molag Bal's dominion over corruption and domination. The Soul Cairn, their actual destination, was worse. This wasn't properly Cold Harbor, but an adjacent realm where souls traded to the ideal masters, went to experience eternity as nothing. The landscape was crystallized regret, structures built from the essence of beings who'd bargained away their afterlives for temporary power. Here, existence itself was currency, and everyone was bankrupt. Navigating the Soul Cairn required sacrifices. Mortal souls weren't meant to walk there intact. The Dragonborn had to either accept partial soul trapping or temporary vampirism just to survive the environment. Every step forward came with whispers from trapped souls offering bargains. Their knowledge for release, their power for freedom, their memories for the simple mercy of being forgotten. Valerica waited in a structure that might have been a prison or a palace. In the Soul Cairn, the distinction was meaningless. She'd built herself a laboratory in the land of the dead, continuing her research with the single-minded focus of someone who'd sacrificed everything for knowledge. Her reaction to seeing Serana mixed joy with calculation. Mother's love filtered through centuries of vampire pragmatism. The reunion was painful to witness. Valerica had hidden to protect the prophecy from being completed, believing Harkon would sacrifice Serana to achieve his goals. Serana had thought her mother abandoned her. Both were right and wrong in ways that only immortal families could manage. Their conversation spanned grievances centuries old. Love twisted by time into something sharp and cutting. But Valerica had information they needed. The last Elder Scroll was here in the Soul Cairn, but retrieving it required defeating its guardians. The ideal masters, entities that governed this realm, had their own interests in keeping artifacts of power. They'd placed a dragon here, Durnavir, who'd made his own bargain for necromantic knowledge and found himself trapped forever as payment. The battle with Durnavir was unlike any dragon fight in the mortal world. Here, death was meaningless. He'd reform and attack again. His Thuum carried the weight of centuries of imprisonment, shouts that spoke of isolation and rage. But something in his manner suggested he fought from obligation rather than desire. This was a dragon broken by his own choices, not Alduin's domination. When defeated, temporarily, Durnavir spoke rather than attacked. His story was a warning about the prices of power. He'd sought necromantic mastery and found it, but the ideal master's bargain trapped him in the Soul Cairn forever. He couldn't leave, couldn't die, couldn't do anything but serve as guardian and prisoner. His loneliness was palpable, the weight of centuries, with only trapped souls for company. The Dragonborn's nature offered an unexpected solution. As Dragonborn, they could learn Durnavir's name in Thuum, could summon him to Tamriel temporarily. It wouldn't free him. Nothing could undo an ideal master's bargain, but it would give him moments of sky and wind and freedom. His gratitude was pathetic and profound, a dragon reduced to begging for scraps of the life he'd thrown away. With Dawnguard's assistance, the Elder Scroll was retrieved. But Valerica refused to return to Tamriel. As long as she existed, Harkon would hunt her for the Elder Scroll she carried. Better to remain in the Soul Cairn, researching and waiting, than risk her husband completing the prophecy. Her sacrifice was noble and selfish simultaneously, protecting the world while abandoning her daughter again. Serana's pain at this second abandonment was carefully hidden but visible to those who looked. She took her mother's Elder Scroll with determination that spoke of endings. One way or another, this prophecy would be resolved. The portal back to Tamriel felt like escape from a nightmare that followed into waking. The search for Auriel's bow, the weapon needed to complete or corrupt the prophecy, led to the Forgotten Vale. This hidden region of Skyrim had been sealed since the First Era, when snow elves still walked the surface. The journey there required navigating Darkfall Cave, where the boundaries between surface and Blackreach grew thin, where Falmer had built a civilization in the darkness. But these Falmer were different. Among them moved Knight Paladin Gelebor, one of the last uncorrupted snow elves. His existence was revelation, proof that the snow elves' transformation into Falmer wasn't inevitable, but inflicted. He'd maintained a shrine to Auriel for millennia, waiting for someone worthy to claim the bow that rested in the inner sanctum. Gelebor's price for passage was simple but heavy. Kill his brother Vertha, who'd been corrupted by the Falmer, and now ruled the inner sanctum as a twisted mockery of their former faith. The pilgrimage through the Forgotten Vale would test worthiness while revealing the truth about the Snow Elves' fall and the birth of the Falmer. The Forgotten Vale was heartbreaking in its beauty. Here was what Skyrim might have been if the Snow Elves had survived. Architecture that sang with light, waterways that defied physics through clever engineering, a harmony between nature and civilization that the Nords had never achieved. But it was also a tomb, empty except for the corrupted farmer who didn't remember what they'd lost. The way shrines that marked the pilgrimage were lessons in faith and history. Each one required filling a sacred ewer with water that would unlock the inner sanctum. But they also told the story of the Snow Elves' relationship with Auriel, their faith that had sustained them through the initial conflicts with the Nords, and their eventual betrayal by the Dwemer, who'd promised sanctuary. Prelate ghosts guarded each shrine, Snow Elves who'd chosen to bind their souls to their duty rather than accept death. They spoke in archaic dialects about faith, duty, and the prices of survival. Their existence was proof that the Snow Elves hadn't been weak. They'd been betrayed by those they trusted, transformed by fungal toxins into the Falmer as a Dwemer experiment in creating a permanent slave race. The journey through the Vale revealed frozen Falmer and Chorus, perfectly preserved in ice. These weren't statues, but victims of something that had flash-frozen portions of the Vale. Dragons roosted in the heights, not corrupted by Alduin, but simply ancient, having claimed this hidden place as sanctuary. They attacked not from malice, but from territorial instinct, defending one of the last unspoiled places in Skyrim. The inner sanctum itself was architectural perfection, married to religious devotion. Every surface reflected light in patterns that created meaning. The frozen Falmer here were arranged deliberately, an army frozen mid-charge, weapons raised, faces twisted in rage and betrayal. Something had happened here beyond a simple battle. Vertha waited on a throne of ice, and his revelation rewrote history. He wasn't corrupted by Falmer, but by vampirism, infected by one of his own initiates who'd contracted the disease. As a vampire, he'd been cut off from Auriel's light, abandoned by the god he'd served faithfully for centuries. His rage had curdled into plans for revenge that spanned millennia. The prophecy wasn't ancient. Vertha had written it himself, carved it into Elder Scrolls through rituals that had taken centuries to perfect. He wanted to destroy Auriel's son, not to help vampires, but to prove that the god who'd abandoned him was false. that faith meant nothing, that the snow elves had died for lies. His corruption of the former had been part of this plan, creating an army that would help him assault the heavens themselves. The battle with Vyrthur was as much theological as physical. He wielded the power of perverted faith, ice magic that froze souls as well as bodies, and the rage of someone who'd spent millennia nursing betrayal. The frozen former animated at his command, an army of the betrayed serving the betrayer. The very sanctum turned against intruders, architecture becoming weaponry. But Vyrthur had made a crucial error. He'd assumed the Dragonborn would be alone, hadn't accounted for Serana's presence or nature. As a daughter of Coldharbour, she had her own connection to divine corruption. Her power, combined with the Dragonborn's Thuum, created possibilities Vyrthur hadn't foreseen. The battle raged through the sanctum, shattering ice and illusions equally. When Vyrthur finally fell, his death revealed the final truth. The sanctum's ceiling collapsed, revealing Oriel's bow on a balcony that overlooked the Forgotten Vale. But also revealed was the sun itself, shining through the shattered roof. Vyrthur's death scream wasn't pain, but realization. In his final moment, he'd seen Oriel's light again, and understood that his abandonment had been self-imposed. Gelebor arrived to witness his brother's end, grief and relief warring on features that had barely aged in millennia. He performed the last rites with a dignity that made the tragedy sharper. Two brothers, last of their kind, separated by corruption and reunited only in death. He gave Oriel's bow freely, recognizing that its purpose had evolved beyond snow elf hands. The bow itself was magnificent, not just a weapon, but a conduit for divine power. In its normal state, it could channel sunlight into arrows that burned undead to ash. But corrupted with Serana's blood, it could fire arrows that would blot out the sun temporarily. The same weapon could save or doom, depending on whose hands held it and what blood it tasted. The return to Castle Volkihar, or Fort Dawnguard, marked the beginning of the end. Both sides knew the prophecy's elements were assembled. Harkon demanded the bow and scrolls, willing to sacrifice anyone, including Serana, to achieve eternal night. Isran prepared for siege, knowing the castle's location and planning assault that would end the vampire threat permanently. For those within Castle Volkihar, the tension was palpable. Harkon's obsession had deepened into madness. He spoke to the Elder Scrolls as if they could hear him, planned ceremonies that required his daughter's death, and grew increasingly paranoid about betrayal. The court split between those who supported him from fear and those who quietly questioned whether eternal night was worth the price. Serana's decision to oppose her father openly catalyzed the conflict. She'd spent centuries running from this moment, but seeing him willing to sacrifice everything, including her for power, clarified her choices. She stood with the Dragonborn, whether that meant defending Castle Volkihar from within or assaulting it from without. The final battle's location depended on the Dragonborn's path. Those who joined the vampires fought Harkon in his own cathedral, a massive chamber where he'd conducted profane rituals for centuries. Those who'd remained with the Dawnguard assaulted the castle in a siege that combined crossbow technology with righteous fury, fighting through the court to reach Harkon's sanctuary. Either way, the confrontation with Harkon transcended normal combat. He wielded vampire lord power that had been refined over millennia, summoning gargoyles from stone, raising the dead to fight again, using blood magic that turned life force into weaponry. But his greatest weapon was Oriel's bow corrupted, firing arrows that created pockets of false night where vampire power waxed supreme. The battle raged across multiple planes of existence. Harkon phase-shifted through reality, attacking from angles that shouldn't exist. He summoned bloodstorms that drained life from everything they touched. He spoke words of power that weren't Thuum, but something older, darker, pulled from communion with Molagbal himself. But the Dragonborn had advantages. Auriel's bow, in its pure form, was anathema to undead, each arrow a miniature sun. Thuum could match Harkon's phase shifting, force him into physical confrontation. And Serana fought beside them, using her father's own gifts against him, proving that power inherited could be power transformed. The end came not with grand gestures, but with family tragedy. Harkon, wounded beyond regeneration, made one last appeal to Serana. Join him, rule the eternal night together, be the family they'd never managed while alive. His words mixed manipulation with genuine emotion, the corruption of love into possession that had defined their relationship. Serana's refusal was quiet but final. She chose the Dragonborn over her father, chose the world's light over her family's darkness. Harkon's last expression mixed rage with something that might have been pride. His daughter had become strong enough to destroy him. He dissolved into ash that scattered on winds that would never again be hidden from the sun. The aftermath varied by path but shared common elements. Castle Volkihar either became a Dawnguard stronghold or remained under new leadership, Serana's if she wanted it, or other vampires who promised to live without predation. The Elder Scrolls were secured, their prophecy unfulfilled and hopefully forgotten. Auriel's bow was kept or destroyed, its power too dangerous for casual use. Serana faced choices about her future. She could remain a vampire, accepting what she was while choosing how to live. Or she could seek a cure. Thalian Immortal knew rituals that could restore mortality to those who truly desired it. The choice was hers alone, free from her father's ambitions or her mother's fears. For the Dragonborn, the vampire crisis had been education in different kinds of power. Where dragons embodied raw force and divine nature, vampires showed what mortals could become through corruption and will. The line between monster and person proved thinner than comfortable, defined more by choices than by nature. The Dawnguard, if they survived, evolved from vampire hunters to vampire monitors. The reality of vampires who chose not to prey, who contributed to society while managing their curse, required new thinking. Isran's absolutism softened marginally. He'd never trust vampires, but he'd learned to distinguish between threats and those merely dangerous. The impact on Skyrim was subtle but significant. The vampire attacks ceased, but vampire integration began. Some holds officially recognized vampire citizens who fed only on willing donors or animal blood. Others maintained kill-on-sight policies. The diversity of responses reflected Skyrim's factional nature, united in crisis, divided in peace. The attack came without warning on a night when both moons were new. Cultists in masks that hurt to look at directly, wielding magic that felt wrong in fundamental ways. Speaking of the false Dragonborn, who must die for the true one to return. They fought with fanaticism that made rational combat impossible. Wounded cultists would trigger explosive magic rather than be captured, dying with smiles visible through their disturbing masks. The note found on their leader's body raised more questions than it answered. Orders from someone named Miraak, demanding the last Dragonborn's death. References to Solstheim, the island between Skyrim and Morrowind. Mentions of temples and stones, and a return that had been prophesied. But most disturbing was the signature, written in dragon language with perfect fluency. Asking about Miraak yielded nothing in Skyrim. The name meant nothing to the Greybeards, though Arngir's expression suggested carefully maintained ignorance rather than true unknowing. Dragons, when questioned, reacted with agitation that bordered on fear. Even Parthenax, if he lived, would only say that some names shouldn't be spoken, some knowledge was dangerous to possess. The journey to Solstheim revealed an island transformed by catastrophe. The Red Year had reshaped everything when Red Mountain erupted, covering the southern reaches in ash that still fell like grey snow 2 centuries later. Dunmer refugees had built new lives atop the bones of the old, creating a culture that was neither Morrowind nor Skyrim, but something uniquely broken and resilient. Raven Rock greeted visitors with walls of shaped ash and determination. The mining town had survived economic collapse, natural disaster, and political abandonment through sheer refusal to die. Second Councillor Adral Arano managed the town with pragmatic efficiency, while Captain Valeth kept the peace with a handful of Redoran Guard who'd seen better decades. But something was wrong beyond the usual struggles of a frontier town. The people moved like sleepwalkers at times, gathering around stone pillars to work on a temple that made no architectural sense. When questioned, they had no memory of their actions. The few who resisted the compulsion spoke of voices in their dreams, of a name that echoed until it drowned out thought: Miraak. The Earthstone near Raven Rock was one of several scattered across Solstheim. Ancient beyond easy dating, they'd been curiosities until recently. Now they pulsed with sickly light, drawing people to work on Miraak's temple with no consciousness of their actions. The construction itself was wrong. Angles that hurt to follow, materials that shouldn't exist, designs that served purposes mortal minds couldn't grasp. Neloth, the Telvanni wizard lord who dwelt in a tower of fungal impossibility, provided context with his typical mixture of brilliance and condescension. Miraak had been the first dragonborn, serving the dragons in the Merethic era before betraying them for power. His rebellion had been different from the one that spawned the Thuum among Nords. Miraak had sought not freedom but dominion. The story Neloth told rewrote dragon history. During the Dragon War, when humanity struggled against their overlords, Miraak had been the dragon's greatest human ally. A dragon priest of unprecedented power, he'd learned Thuum directly from his masters, achieving mastery that surpassed even Paarthurnax's human students. But power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. Miraak had discovered something the dragons feared: black books, artifacts of Hermaeus Mora that contained knowledge from outside reality. The Daedric Prince of Forbidden Knowledge had offered Miraak power beyond what dragons could grant, secrets that would make him not just dragonborn but something more. The price was service, but Miraak believed he could outwit even a Daedric prince. His rebellion hadn't been heroic. When the ancient Nords begged him to help against the dragons, Miraak refused. He was building his own power base on Solstheim, using forbidden knowledge to create a domain where he ruled absolutely. The dragons sent armies against him. He destroyed them. The dragon priests united to stop him. He corrupted them. Even other dragonborn of that era, for there had been others, fell before his might. Only direct intervention by the dragons themselves had stopped him. In desperation, they'd worked with the dragon priests who still served them, creating a prison not of stone, but of reality itself. Miraak was cast into Apocrypha, Hermaeus Mora's realm of oblivion, where he'd remained for thousands of years. Solstheim had been scarred by the battle, the very land remembering the wrongness of what Miraak had tried to become. But prisons rarely hold forever, especially when the prisoner has eternity to work on escape. The cultists were proof that Miraak's influence was seeping back into the world. The temple they built would be his anchor, allowing him to return fully, and his first act would be to eliminate the only threat to his dominion, the last dragonborn, whose very existence challenged his claim to uniqueness. The Temple of Miraak rose from Solstheim's heart like a cancer-made stone. The architecture mixed dragon cult aesthetics with something alien, as if the blueprints had been drawn in dimensions that didn't quite match reality. Workers moved in eerie synchronization, their individual skills combining into collective competence they couldn't achieve awake. Inside, the temple was worse. Murals depicted Miraak's version of history, him as savior, dragons as obstacles, the world remade in his image. Draugr here were different, infused with powers that normal dragon priests couldn't grant. They spoke words that weren't quite Thu'um, wielded magic that felt borrowed from somewhere else. At the temple's heart waited a black book, Waking Dreams, its title promising everything and delivering damnation. These weren't books in any conventional sense, but wounds in reality that bled knowledge. Reading one was less about comprehension than survival, as alien information tried to rewrite the reader's understanding of existence. The Dragonborn opened Waking Dreams and fell into Apocrypha. Hermaeus Mora's realm defied description because description required stable reference points. Libraries that extended infinitely in directions that didn't exist. Books that screamed when opened. Seas of black liquid that might be ink, or the dissolved remains of scholars who'd sought too much knowledge. And everywhere, the presence of Mora himself, not seen but felt, an intelligence vast and alien and hungry. Miraak waited at a summit that existed only because he willed it. The first Dragonborn had not aged well. Thousands of years in Apocrypha had transformed him into something between man and monster. His mask, not a dragon priest mask, but something self-made, hid features that had been exposed to too much forbidden knowledge. His robes moved wrong, as if they existed in more dimensions than the three mortals knew. The confrontation was brief, but illuminating. Miraak radiated power that made other Dragonborn seem like children. His Thu'um had evolved beyond dragon language into something personal, words that existed only because he spoke them. He demonstrated by stealing a dragon soul the Dragonborn had just absorbed, pulling it across dimensional boundaries with casual ease. But he didn't attack directly. Not yet. Miraak had plans that required the last Dragonborn alive for now. He spoke of destiny perverted, of how he should have been the one to face Alduin, how the world had been cheated of its true savior. His return wasn't just about power, but about correcting cosmic errors. The last Dragonborn was an anomaly that needed correction. The expulsion from Apocrypha was violent, reality reasserting itself like antibodies rejecting infection. The Dragonborn returned to find the cultists scattered but not defeated. Miraak's influence grew stronger each day. The temple construction accelerated. More people fell under his control. Even dragons began acting strangely, as if hearing calls they couldn't resist. The solution required understanding Miraak's power source. The Black Books were key, each one a bargain with Hermaeus Mora that granted power at terrible prices. 7 existed on Solstheim, hidden in places that reflected their nature. Finding them meant delving into Dwemer ruins where knowledge had destroyed civilizations, Nordic barrows where the dead guarded secrets better left buried, and places where reality grew thin. Each Black Book was a journey into Apocrypha, and each journey risked madness. The realm's geography followed dream logic. Corridors that led backward in time, stairs that climbed down while going up, doors that opened onto the same room from different centuries. Seekers and lurkers, Mora's servants, guarded passages with tentacles that existed partially in other dimensions. But the books offered power that explained Miraak's confidence. Secret fire allowed manipulation of reality through will alone. Filament and filigree revealed weaknesses in all things, including gods. The hidden twilight showed how to hide from destiny itself. Each power came with understanding that hurt to possess. Knowledge that changed the knower fundamentally. Storn Crag Strider, Shaman of the Skull, provided different perspective. The Skull were Solstheim's native Nords, who'd maintained traditions that predated both Empire and Dragon. They spoke of Miraak as the great betrayer, who'd sold not just his soul, but his entire people's future for power. Their oral histories contained truths that written records had lost or suppressed. The Skull's greatest secret was their connection to the Allmaker, their concept of divine unity that dragons and Daedra both found threatening. They'd maintained this knowledge through generations of persecution, hiding it even from dragon priests. Miraak had tried to steal this secret before his banishment, believing it would make him truly godlike. But the secret wasn't power, it was understanding. The Skal knew that all things were connected, that individual power meant nothing compared to collective harmony. Their shamans could work miracles not through domination, but through cooperation with nature itself. It was antithetical to everything Miraak represented. Hermaeus Mora's interest in this secret was obsessive. The Daedric Prince of Knowledge couldn't stand that mortals possessed understanding he lacked. He'd been trying to extract it from the Skal for millennia, but their unity prevented individual betrayal. Now he saw opportunity, use the Dragonborn to either learn the secret or destroy its keepers. The Windstone, cleansed of Miraak's influence, revealed the depth of his control. People freed from his domination spoke of dreams where they were him, saw through his eyes, felt his hunger for return. He wasn't just controlling them, but preparing to possess them, to return not as one being, but as thousands, a distributed consciousness that could never be fully destroyed. The battle for Solstheim's soul intensified. Dragons under Miraak's influence attacked settlements, forcing the Dragonborn to kill beings that might have been allies. Each dragon's soul absorbed was immediately stolen by Miraak, making him stronger while denying the Dragonborn growth. It was systematic, strategic, and suggested that Miraak understood his enemy better than comfortable. Freya, daughter of the Skal shaman, became an unlikely ally. Young but wise beyond her years, she'd resisted Miraak's influence through sheer will and Skal teachings. Her perspective on power, that it existed to serve others, not self, provided counterpoint to Miraak's philosophy. She guided the Dragonborn through Solstheim's hidden paths, revealing secrets that outsiders weren't meant to know. The cleansing of the Beast Stone required confronting Miraak's corruption directly. Here he'd experimented with lycanthropy, trying to combine werewolf power with dragon souls. The results were abominations, creatures that shifted between forms without control, driven mad by conflicting natures. They had to be put down, but their existence showed Miraak's willingness to pervert anything for power. Each cleansed stone weakened Miraak's anchor to reality, but also made him desperate. His manifestations became more frequent, appearing to taunt and threaten. He spoke of the last Dragonborn as a failed echo, someone who'd stumbled into power meant for him. His hatred was personal in ways that transcended rational conflict. The Sunstone's cleansing revealed Miraak's ultimate plan. He didn't just want to return, he wanted to replace. Every person under his control was being prepared as a potential host. When he returned fully, he could abandon his original body, worn by millennia in Apocrypha, and take a fresh one, or hundreds, or thousands. An immortal consciousness jumping between bodies forever. Neloth's research, conducted with amoral curiosity, revealed the flaw in Miraak's plan. His connection to Hermaeus Mora was stronger than he realized. The Daedric Prince hadn't just imprisoned him, but had been feeding on him, learning from the first Dragonborn's knowledge, while keeping him as an eternal source of new understanding. Miraak's escape would require severing that connection, something that might be impossible. The Tree Stone's corruption was deepest, its cleansing requiring sacrifice. Storn Cragstrider, knowing his people's secret was the key, offered himself to Hermaeus Mora. The Daedric Prince manifested directly, tentacles of knowledge piercing reality to drain the shaman's understanding. Storn died screaming, but his sacrifice accomplished two things. It satisfied Mora's hunger for the Skal secret, and it revealed Miraak's location within Apocrypha. The final confrontation required entering Apocrypha deliberately, not as victim, but as invader. The Black Book, waking dreams again, but approached with purpose rather than curiosity. The Dragonborn entered Mora's realm, armed with understanding gained from the other books, Protected by Skarl wisdom and driven by necessity, Apocrypha reshaped itself for the battle, Mora watching with interest that transcended morality. Platforms of books floated in seas of knowledge. Towers of forbidden lore provided battlegrounds. Reality was negotiable, subject to will and power, and the whims of a Daedric prince amused by the conflict. Miraak's full power was terrible to behold. He commanded 3 dragons within Apocrypha, Sarotar, Relonikiv, and Cruziikril, beings he'd enslaved through will alone. His Thuum had evolved beyond language into pure concept. He wielded staves that channeled Mora's power directly. Most terrifyingly, he could rewrite local reality, making his lies temporarily true. The battle raged across multiple levels of existence. When Miraak's health diminished, he would kill one of his dragons, absorbing its soul to heal completely. The Dragonborn had to match this, using their own Thuum creatively, turning Apocrypha's malleable reality against its longtime prisoner. Books became weapons, knowledge became shields, understanding became the ultimate tool, but the true battle was philosophical. Miraak represented what the Dragonborn could become: power without restraint, purpose without morality, existence without connection. He'd had everything a Dragonborn could want and had thrown it away for more. His tragedy was that he'd succeeded, becoming so powerful that only another Dragonborn could challenge him. The end came through Hermaeus Mora's intervention. When Miraak fell to his knees, defeated but not dead, the Daedric prince manifested fully. Tentacles of pure knowledge pierced Miraak from angles that shouldn't exist. Mora spoke of disappointment, of tools that had outlived usefulness, of new champions who showed more promise. Miraak's death was horrible. Mora drained him slowly, savoring millennia of accumulated knowledge. The first Dragonborn reached toward his successor, whether for help or one final attack unclear. His last words were in dragon language, speaking of cycles and repetition and the curse of power. Then he was gone, dissolved into Mora's collection. The Daedric prince's attention turned to the last Dragonborn with uncomfortable intensity. Here was a new champion, one who'd proven capable of defeating the first. Mora offered the same bargains, the same power, the same eventual fate. The black books would remain. The knowledge would call. The path to becoming Miraak's replacement lay open. The return to Solstheim was subdued. Miraak's temple collapsed without his will to sustain it. The stones returned to dormancy. People woke from nightmares they couldn't quite remember. Dragons flew free of influence they hadn't fully understood. The island began healing from wounds thousands of years old. But questions remained. How many Dragonborn had there been? How many had fallen to similar temptations? Was the last Dragonborn truly the last, or simply the latest? Hermaeus Mora's interest suggested ongoing plans, patterns that transcended individual actors. The Skarl, mourning their shaman, offered wisdom about power and its prices. Every gift came with cost. Every strength created weakness. The Dragonborn had defeated Miraak, not through superior power, but through superior choices. But choices had to be made daily, and the Black Book still whispered their promises. Solstheim's recovery was slow but real. Raven Rock expanded as people felt safe enough to build. The Skarl shared some of their knowledge, recognizing that isolation hadn't protected them. Even Neloth admitted grudging respect for the Dragonborn's accomplishment, though he immediately began studying ways to replicate Miraak's power without his mistakes. The impact on dragon-mortal relations was significant. Dragons who'd felt Miraak's control were shaken by the experience. A Dragonborn who could dominate them from another plane of existence challenged their assumptions about power and hierarchy. Some sought closer alliance with the last Dragonborn, hoping for protection. Others withdrew further, fearing what Dragonborn might become. The return to Skyrim proper felt like emerging from a fever dream. Solstheim's ash-covered strangeness gave way to familiar pine forests and mountain peaks. But the Dragonborn returned changed, marked by encounters with powers that predated and transcended the mundane conflicts of provinces and peoples. The question became, what does one do after defeating gods and legends? The answer, for many Dragonborn, lay in the institutions that had shaped Skyrim for generations. The Companions, College of Winterhold, Thieves' Guild, and Dark Brotherhood, each offered different paths to power and purpose. Each had its own crisis that required a hero's touch, and each would test the Dragonborn in ways that divine conflicts hadn't. Jorrvaskr had stood in Whiterun for thousands of years, built from the overturned hull of the ship that had carried Ysgramor's 500 companions to Skyrim. The Mead Hall embodied Nordic tradition at its purest, strength, honor, and loyalty given physical form. But tradition could become stagnation, and the companions of the Fourth Era faced challenges their founders couldn't have imagined. Kodlak. Whitemane led the companions with wisdom, earned through decades of warfare and one terrible mistake. The Harbinger, not a leader, but a guide, as Ysgramor had intended, carried burdens that showed in every movement. His great strength had faded with age, but his greater strength of character had only grown. Yet something haunted him, visible in quiet moments when he thought no one watched. The companions' structure reflected their egalitarian ideals. No ranks, no titles beyond the informal recognition of the Circle, the most trusted warriors who guided the organization. Ayla the Huntress embodied the wild spirit of the hunt. Farkas represented strength without cruelty. Vilkas combined his brother's power with sharper intelligence. Skjor, eldest besides Kodlak, bridged the gap between old traditions and new realities. Joining the companions required only the will to fight and the strength to survive. The Dragonborn's test came against Vilkas, whose sword work had been honed through countless battles. But this was evaluation, not domination. The companions sought warriors, not conquerors. The ability to fight with restraint proved as important as the ability to fight at all. The early jobs were deliberately mundane. Clear a bandit camp, retrieve a stolen sword, intimidate someone who'd broken a contract. These tasks seemed beneath someone who'd faced dragons, but they served important purposes. They taught the companions' way, minimal force, maximum honor. They integrated new members into the group's culture. Most importantly, they revealed character when stakes were low and choices still mattered. Working with Farkas revealed the first cracks in the companions' facade. The big warrior was everything he appeared: strong, loyal, direct to the point of simplicity. But during a retrieval job in Dustman's Cairn, everything changed. Trapped by Silver Hand mercenaries, Farkas revealed the Circle's secret by transforming into a werewolf, tearing through enemies with bestial fury. The Circle were all werewolves, blessed or cursed by Hircine, through a pact made generations ago. The beast blood granted strength and longevity. Ayla and Skjor had lived far longer than their appearances suggested, but it came with prices: the constant hunger, the struggle for control. Most damningly, werewolves couldn't enter Sovngarde. Their souls belonged to Hircine, doomed to hunt in his realm forever. This secret divided the Circle. Ayla and Skjor embraced their beast nature, seeing it as the ultimate expression of the hunt. Farkas accepted it without thought, as he accepted everything. Vilkas struggled with the beast's impulses, conflicting with his disciplined nature. But Kodlak wanted freedom from what he'd come to see as a curse that betrayed everything Ysgramor had represented. The Dragonborn faced a choice that would define their relationship with the companions. Accept the beast blood and gain power at the cost of spiritual freedom. Refuse and remain an outsider to the Circle's full trust. The transformation ritual, conducted in the Underforge beneath Skyrim's oldest city, involved drinking werewolf blood, while Ayla's own transformation triggered sympathetic change. Those who accepted became something between human and beast. The first transformation was ecstasy and horror combined, bones reshaping, senses exploding with new information, civilized thought drowning in primal instinct. The hunt that followed left no clear memories, only fragments of terror and satisfaction. Waking human again, naked and blood-covered, was its own trauma. The Silver Hand represented organized opposition to the Companion's secret. These werewolf hunters weren't mere fanatics, but people who'd lost family to beast attacks. They wielded silver weapons that burned lycanthropic flesh, fought with tactics designed to counter superhuman strength. Their existence forced questions about whether the Circle's secret was worth keeping. The conflict escalated when Skjor died attacking a Silver Hand stronghold. His death revealed the Beast Blood's greatest weakness. It made warriors overconfident, prone to charging into situations where cunning would serve better. Ayla's grief transformed into rage that threatened to consume her humanity entirely. The cycle of vengeance between Companions and Silver Hand had claimed another generation, but Kodlak pursued a different path. His research into lycanthropy cures had led him to the Glenmoril Coven, witches who'd facilitated the original pact. They could reverse it, but only through rituals that required confronting the beast within literally. The witches' heads, charged with their magic, could summon and battle the wolf spirit directly. Kodlak's journal revealed the depth of his struggle. Dreams of Hircine's hunting grounds haunted him. The beast grew stronger with age, not weaker. He'd seen good warriors consumed by their wolf nature, becoming little more than clever animals. His greatest fear was dying before finding a cure, condemned to an afterlife that mocked his Nordic heritage. The Silver Hand's final assault on Jorvaskr came while most of the Circle was away. They struck with precision that suggested inside information, targeting Kodlak specifically. The old Harbinger died as he'd lived, weapon in hand, facing his enemies. But his death was still tragedy, denying him the cure he'd sought so desperately. The funeral was Nordic tradition at its finest. Kodlak's body burned at the Skyforge while the Companions shared stories of his deeds. But for the Circle, the ceremony was hollow. They knew his soul had gone to Hircine, not Sovngarde. The Beast Blood had claimed its final victory over a man who'd deserved better. Yorland Greymane, the master smith who tended the Skyforge, revealed that Kodlak had left instructions. Wuthrad, Ysgramor's legendary axe, could be reforged from fragments the Companions had collected over generations. The weapon would be needed for what came next. A journey to Ysgramor's tomb to attempt something unprecedented. The tomb of Ysgramor was more than a burial site. It was a testing ground for Nordic heroes, filled with the ghosts of ancient companions who challenged any who would approach their leader's rest. But these ghosts recognized the Dragonborn's worth, especially if they carried Wuthrad. The axe was key and password, proof of legitimate purpose. At the tomb's heart waited not just Ysgramor's spirit, but Kodlak's as well. The Witchhead's magic combined with the tomb's power allowed one last chance. The Dragonborn could enter the spirit realm and fight Kodlak's wolf spirit directly, freeing him from Hircine's claim. The battle was as much philosophical as physical, proving that will could overcome nature. That choice mattered more than circumstance. Kodlak's liberation was bittersweet victory. His spirit, freed from the beast, could finally enter Sovngarde. His gratitude was profound, but tinged with sadness for those still cursed. He passed leadership of the Companions to the Dragonborn if they proved worthy through their deeds. But more importantly, he proved that the Beast Blood could be overcome. The Companions' future depended on how the Dragonborn led them. Some chose to cure all willing members, using the Glenmoril Witch's magic to free warriors from Hircine's grasp. Others maintained the Beast Blood as optional blessing, preserving the power while acknowledging its cost. A few embraced the wolf fully, transforming the companions into something more primal. The choice reflected larger questions about tradition versus evolution. Should the companions remain what they'd always been, or adapt to changing times? Was the beast blood corruption of Isgramor's vision, or its ultimate expression? Different Dragonborn answered differently, shaping the organization's future through their choices. The College of Winterhold stood as monument to lost glory. Once, it had been Skyrim's center of magical learning, rivaling the arcane university in Cyrodiil. The Great Collapse had changed everything. When Winterhold City fell into the sea, only the college remained, protected by wards that suggested either incredible foresight or darker knowledge. Suspicion and superstition surrounded the college. Nords, already skeptical of magic, blamed the mages for the collapse. The fact that only the college survived seemed too convenient. Whispers spoke of deals with Daedra, experiments gone wrong, or simple callous disregard for mundane lives. The mage's inability or unwillingness to explain only deepened distrust. Entering the college required passing Feralda's test at the bridge. The gatekeeper challenged prospective students to demonstrate magical aptitude, cast a spell, show understanding, prove you belonged. For the Dragonborn, this could mean displaying Thuum as the ultimate merger of voice and magic, or using conventional spells learned through their travels. The college's interior revealed an institution in decline. Where hundreds once studied, dozens remained. Entire wings stood empty. The Arcaneum's shelves held gaps where books had been sold to fund basic maintenance. The faculty consisted of specialists so focused on their research that teaching became afterthought. Mirabelle Irvine, master wizard, managed the impossible task of keeping the college functional. She juggled personalities that included Tolfdir's absent-minded brilliance, Feralda's defensive pride, and Finis Gestor's disturbing fascination with conjuration's darker applications. Each faculty member pursued research that pushed boundaries, sometimes forgetting why boundaries existed. The Dragonborn's first lesson with Tolfdir seemed routine. Basic ward spells in the Hall of the Elements, but routine at the college never lasted. The lesson's location mattered. The Hall of the Elements contained something that predated the college, possibly predating human presence in Skyrim. When ward spells interacted with ancient enchantments, reality hiccuped. The discovery in Sarthal changed everything. The ancient Nordic city, first human settlement in Skyrim, had been excavated by college researchers seeking historical artifacts. But Sarthal held secrets the ancient Nords had died to protect. The Dragonborn, assisting with the excavation, triggered defenses that had waited millennia for activation. The attack came from Draga that moved with purpose beyond mere undead instinct. They protected something specific. Fighting through Sarthal's depths revealed architecture that predated known Nordic styles, suggesting influences that history had forgotten or suppressed. At the city's heart waited an artifact that made seasoned mages step back in recognition and fear. The Eye of Magnus defied classification. Orb? Artifact? Sleeping god? Its surface showed no seams, reflected no consistent light, and radiated power that made magical detection useless through overload. Tolfdir's academic excitement warred with survival instinct. This was discovery of the age, but also potentially disaster beyond imagination. The Sigic Order's intervention confirmed worst fears. These monks, who'd withdrawn from the world for centuries, didn't act without cosmic reason. Their agent appeared through magic that shouldn't work, freezing time to speak privately with the Dragonborn. His message was simple and terrifying. The Eye of Magnus could unmake reality if misused, and someone was coming to misuse it. Ankano represented everything wrong with Thalmor influence in Skyrim. Ostensibly an advisor, he radiated contempt for the lesser races studying magic. His interest in the eye went beyond academic, showing knowledge of its nature that he shouldn't possess. When he acted, it was with speed that caught everyone unprepared. The catastrophe unfolded in stages. Ancano activated the eye using methods that bypassed its protections. Power flooded through him, transforming the High Elf into something that mortal frames weren't meant to contain. His first act was to kill Savos Aren, the Archmage, removing the only person who might have stopped him through conventional means. The magical explosion that followed could be seen from Solitude. The college's wards, strained beyond capacity, began failing. Winterhold, already suspicious, saw magical disaster threatening to finish what the Great Collapse started. The Dragonborn and Mirabelle barely contained the damage, using ward spells that drew on will more than knowledge. The solution required finding the Staff of Magnus, artifact created to control its eye. But the staff's location, Labyrinthian, was no accident. This Nordic ruin had been sealed by Savos Aren himself decades ago, after an expedition that left him the only survivor. His magical locks weren't just keeping people out, but keeping something in. Labyrinthian was Dragon Priest architecture at its most ambitious. Not just a temple, but a city. Not just a tomb, but a prison. At its heart waited Miraak, a dragon priest who'd achieved lichdom through will alone. He'd been gathering power for millennia, waiting for someone foolish enough to break the seals. The journey through Labyrinthian was education in how power corrupted. Savos Aren's younger self appeared in magical echoes, leading fellow students to their doom. Each chamber showed another compromise, another sacrifice, another step on the path that led from idealistic student to pragmatic archmage. By the end, Savos had trapped his friends' souls to maintain Miraak's prison, justifying atrocity through necessity. Miraak himself was madness given form. The dragon priest had spent so long alone that he'd created imaginary courtiers from his own fractured psyche. He ruled an empty throne room with elaborate ceremony, conducting trials for crimes that existed only in his memory. His power was undiminished. Thuum that had served dragons, magic that had terrorized populations, will that had survived death itself. The battle required everything the Dragonborn had learned. Thuum to match Thuum, magic to counter magic, and most importantly, sanity to face madness. Miraak's greatest weapon was his ability to make his delusions temporarily real. Fighting him meant maintaining grip on what was true, while reality itself became negotiable. The Staff of Magnus was Miraak's phylactery, the anchor that kept his consciousness cohesive. Taking it meant destroying him utterly, releasing energies that had been bound for millennia. The Dragon Priest's death scream echoed across plains, heard by things that had thought him imprisoned forever. Labyrinthian began collapsing, its purpose fulfilled. Returning to the college revealed disaster barely contained. Ancano had transformed the Hall of the Elements into his throne room, the eye's power making him effectively godlike within its influence. The town of Winterhold was evacuated as magical anomalies spread. Fire that froze, ice that burned, gravity that forgot its direction. The final confrontation required understanding what Ancano had become. He wasn't wielding the eye's power, but channeling it, making himself a conduit for forces that predated creation. The Staff of Magnus didn't attack him directly, but severed his connection, forcing him back into mortality where he could be fought. The battle raged through dimensions. Ancano phase-shifted between realities, attacking from angles that required non-Euclidean thinking to counter. He summoned things that shouldn't exist, gave form to concepts that preferred abstraction. But without the eye's infinite power, he was merely a very powerful mage facing the Dragonborn. His death was anticlimax after such build-up. Mortality reasserted. Ancano died like any elf, messily, finally, without cosmic significance. The Eye of Magnus powered down, becoming inert orb that still defied understanding but no longer threatened existence. The Psijics reappeared, claiming the eye for safekeeping in ways that brooked no argument. The college's survival came at terrible cost. The Archmage was dead. The Hall of the Elements needed complete reconstruction. Winterhold's remaining population trusted mages even less. But the institution endured, scarred but functional. The Dragonborn, having saved the college, was offered its leadership by default. No one else wanted the responsibility. Leading the college meant balancing competing interests: research versus teaching, safety versus discovery, integration with Skyrim versus magical independence. Each decision shaped the institution's future. Some Dragonborn emphasized practical magic that served communities. Others pushed boundaries, seeking knowledge regardless of risk. A few tried to balance both, usually satisfying neither. The college's relationship with dragons proved particularly interesting. Dragons understood magic instinctively, their Thuum being the purest expression of thought becoming reality. Some were willing to share knowledge with mortals they respected. Dragon-taught mages developed techniques that merged Thuum principles with conventional spellcasting, creating new schools of magic. The Ratway beneath Riften stank of failure. Once, the Thieves' Guild had been Skyrim's most powerful criminal organization, with influence reaching every major city. Now they huddled in sewers, reduced to petty theft and protection rackets that barely paid for food. Their luck had turned so thoroughly that members wondered if they'd been cursed. Brynjolf represented the guild's faded glory. The Nord thief maintained swagger that his circumstances didn't support, recruiting new members with promises of wealth that he couldn't deliver. His mark-switching scheme in Riften's market was clever but small-time, the kind of con that would have been beneath the guild's notice in better days. The Dragonborn's recruitment was pragmatic desperation. The guild needed new blood, people who didn't carry the stink of failure. The initial test, planting evidence and picking pockets, was insultingly simple for someone who'd faced dragons, but it proved basic competence and, more importantly, willingness to break laws for profit. The Ragged Flagon served as the guild's headquarters, a tavern in the Sewers, where failure had pooled like standing water. Delvin Mallory and Vex represented the guild's old guard, maintaining skills that no longer had worthy targets. Tanilia fenced goods that barely covered expenses. Vekel the man tended bar for thieves who couldn't afford to drink. The atmosphere was defeat, aged into bitter acceptance. But Mercer Frey, the guildmaster, projected different energy. Where others had accepted decline, he radiated cold fury at their circumstances. His plans were precise, his skills undimmed by the guild's misfortune. He alone seemed to believe the guild could recover its former glory, though his methods grew increasingly desperate. The Golden Glow estate job revealed the guild's current problems. What should have been routine extortion had complications, mercenaries that shouldn't be there, security beyond what the target could afford, and most tellingly, someone had already bought the estate through intermediaries. The guild was being actively opposed by someone with resources and knowledge. Burning the beehives was crude work that old guild would have considered beneath them. But desperate times demanded desperate measures. The Dragonborn succeeded where others had failed, but success raised questions. Who was backing Aringoth? Why target the guild's protection racket specifically? The answers led to Maven Blackbriar, Riften's true power. Maven's relationship with the guild was parasitic symbiosis. She used them for dirty work while ensuring they never grew strong enough to threaten her interests. Her meeting with the Dragonborn was education in how power really worked, not through sword or spell, but through connections, blackmail, and the ability to make problems disappear. The Hunningbrew Meadery job showed the guild's operations at their most cynical. Sabjorn was guilty only of competing with Maven's business. The frame job that destroyed him was expertly crafted, using his own ambitions against him, but it also revealed that someone was still moving against the guild, providing information to targets that should have been secret. Gulam I in solitude provided the next link in the conspiracy. The Argonian fence had been selling information about guild operations, but his terror suggested he feared his employer more than the guild's retribution. The name he finally gave, Karliah, meant nothing to the Dragonborn, but sent Mercer into rage that seemed excessive for a mere traitor. The pursuit of Karliah led to Snowvale Sanctum, a Nordic ruin that held secrets beyond treasure. Mercer's behavior during the exploration was increasingly erratic. His knowledge of the ruins was too specific, his urgency too personal. When Karliah finally appeared, the confrontation revealed 25 years of lies. The betrayal was complete and devastating. Mercer Fry had been using his position to rob the guild blind, literally. The skeleton key of Nocturnal he possessed allowed him to open any lock, including the metaphorical locks on loyalty and perception. He'd murdered the previous guildmaster, Gallus, and framed Karliah for the crime. Everything wrong with the guild traced back to his greed. But the deeper revelation was worse. The Thieves Guild wasn't just a criminal organization, but a religious one, devoted to Nocturnal, Daedric Prince of Shadow and Luck. Their success had always depended on her blessing, which Mercer's theft of the skeleton key had severed. The guild's decline was divine punishment for tolerating a faithless leader. Karliah's evidence, Gallus's journal translated from farmer language, proved Mercer's guilt, but required someone the guild would trust to present it. The Dragonborn became that messenger, returning to the ragged flagon with truth that shattered decades of assumptions. The guild's reaction mixed rage at betrayal with relief at finally understanding their curse. The hunt for Mercer revealed the extent of his theft. The guild's vault, protected by mechanisms that should have been unbreachable, was empty. Centuries of accumulated wealth had vanished into Mercer's pockets. He'd been preparing his escape for years, knowing that eventually someone would discover his crimes. But first came obligation to Nocturnal. Karliah led the Dragonborn to the Twilight Sepulchre, the temple where nightingales, the guild's inner circle, maintained their covenant with the Daedric Prince. The place was in ruins, its defenses corrupted by the skeleton key's absence. Without proper guardians, the boundary between Nocturnal's realm and Mundus grew dangerously thin. Becoming a nightingale wasn't honor, but transaction, in exchange for abilities that transcended normal thievery, stepping through shadows, becoming invisible to detection, clouding minds with supernatural ease. The nightingales pledged their souls to guard the sepulchre after death. It was eternal servitude dressed as privilege, but necessary to restore the guild's connection to Nocturnal. The ceremony bound the Dragonborn, Karliah and Brynjolf as the new nightingales. The armor that materialized around them was living shadow, responsive to thought and need. The powers granted were intoxicating, but came with awareness of the price. Nocturnal was not a kind mistress, and her gifts always cost more than they seemed. Tracking Mercer to Erkenthand required following financial trails through his various personas. The Dwemer ruin he'd chosen for his final score was ambitious even for him. The eyes of the farmer, gems the size of heads that had been lost for eras. His greed had overcome caution, leading him into dangers that his stolen luck might not overcome. Erkenthand was Dwemer engineering at its most elaborate. Mechanisms that had functioned for millennia, guardians that attacked anything that moved, and Falmer who'd claimed the ruins as their domain. Mercer had bypassed much of it using the skeleton key, but his passage had awakened things better left dormant. The confrontation with Mercer took place in a chamber that embodied Dwemer ambition, a massive statue of a snow elf, its eyes the gems Mercer sought. He'd already claimed one when the nightingales arrived. His use of the skeleton key in combat was creative and terrifying, unlocking opponents' muscle control, opening their minds to doubt. even attempting to unlock reality itself. But Mercer had made a crucial error. The skeleton key was Nocturnal's, not his, and using it against her chosen was blasphemy that weakened his connection to its power. The battle raged through rising water as Dwemer mechanisms failed, adding drowning to the list of dangers. Mercer's agent abilities, invisibility, life drain, supernatural agility, made him formidable but not invincible. His death came with the chamber's flooding. Wounded and exhausted, Mercer couldn't escape the trap he'd triggered by removing the eyes. The Nightingales survived through Nocturnal's protection and their own skills. Mercer drowned, clutching treasures that meant nothing to a corpse, a fitting end for someone whose greed had destroyed everything he'd touched. Returning the skeleton key to the Twilight Sepulchre was more than physical journey. The temple's corrupted defenses had to be navigated, each test representing aspects of Nocturnal's influence. The pilgrim's path challenged perception, forcing travelers to see past illusion to truth. Only those who understood that darkness revealed as much as light could pass. The final chamber held the Ebonmere, the portal between Nocturnal's realm and Mundus that the skeleton key had sealed. Returning the key required choosing how to serve, as agent of strife, subterfuge, or stealth. Each path granted different abilities, but bound the Nightingale to specific service after death. The choice reflected not just tactical preference, but philosophical alignment with aspects of shadow. Nocturnal's manifestation was shadow given form that hurt to perceive directly. She spoke of balance restored, luck returning, and the guild's future prosperity. But her words carried warnings. The skeleton key would always tempt, loyalty would always be tested, and her gifts came with prices that might not be apparent for years. The guild's restoration was gradual, but real. Jobs that had gone wrong for years suddenly succeeded. Contacts who distanced themselves returned. Gold flowed into coffers that had been empty for decades. But more than material success, the guild regained its confidence. They were blessed again, chosen of Nocturnal, shadows with purpose. Leadership of the guild fell to the Dragonborn by acclaim. Brynjolf, natural choice as Gallus's protege, preferred remaining operational leader. The guildmaster's role was both ceremonial and practical, maintaining Nocturnal's favor while managing criminal enterprise that spanned Skyrim. Different Dragonborn led differently, some emphasizing honor among thieves, others pursuing profit regardless of consequence. The guild's expansion required careful management. Restoring influence in major cities meant completing jobs that ranged from simple theft to complex manipulation. Each city had different needs. Whiterun required subtle touch given the Dragonborn's relationship with its Jarl, while Windhelm's chaos made it ripe for exploitation. Markarth's corruption made the guild seem honest by comparison. Special jobs tested the guild's evolving ethics. Stealing from the poor was discouraged, but not forbidden. Murder was the Dark Brotherhood's domain, but accidents happened. The line between justified theft and cruel exploitation was thin, walked differently by each guildmaster. Some Dragonborn made the guild into fantasy Robin Hoods. Others embraced pure avarice. The relationship with Maven Blackbriar required delicate handling. She'd used the guild when they were weak, but now faced an organization that could challenge her. Some Dragonborn maintained the partnership, recognizing mutual benefit. Others gradually reduced her influence, preparing for eventual independence. A few declared open war, using the guild's resources to destroy her empire. The Dark Brotherhood found the Dragonborn before the Dragonborn found them. Aventus Aretino's Black Sacrament, a child's desperate prayer for murder, had reached ears that shouldn't have been listening. The boy performed the ritual perfectly despite his youth, offering tragedy that demanded response. Someone would answer. Someone always answered. The assassination attempt in sleep was almost gentle. Astrid didn't want the Dragonborn dead. Yet, she wanted evaluation, recruitment, or elimination depending on response. Waking in the abandoned shack with 3 hooded victims and an assassin's ultimatum was theatrical but effective. Kill one to prove you belonged, or refuse and become a target yourself. The choice revealed character. Some Dragonborn killed without hesitation, recognizing kindred darkness. Others agonized, weighing lives they didn't know. A few refused entirely, accepting conflict with the Dark Brotherhood rather than compromise their morals. But most made the pragmatic choice. One death to avoid many, justified through necessity. Astrid's approval came with invitation to the Volkihar Sanctuary. The Dark Brotherhood's state was even worse than the Thieves' Guilds. Where once they'd been empire-spanning assassins feared by emperors, now they huddled in one failing sanctuary. The old ways were dead, the Night Mother silent, Sithis seemingly absent. They were killers, playing at being a religious order. The sanctuary's inhabitants were studies in dysfunction. Astrid led through force of personality rather than legitimate authority. Arnbjorn, her werewolf husband, provided muscle without subtlety. Nazir managed contracts with bitter efficiency. Babette, the vampire child, was centuries of cynicism in a form that mocked innocence. Festus Krex brought magical murder. Gabriella specialized in precision. Vizara, last of the Shadow Scales, represented traditions everyone else had abandoned. But Cicero's arrival changed everything. The Keeper brought the Night Mother's coffin, maintaining rituals everyone else considered obsolete. His madness was deliberate performance, hiding fanatical devotion. The conflict between him and Astrid was inevitable. She led a business while he served a religion. Their philosophies couldn't coexist. The contracts Astrid provided were tests disguised as work. Each target required different approaches. The paranoid miller, the bride at her wedding, the Emperor's cousin aboard ship. Some Dragonborn embraced creativity, turning murder into art. Others were efficiently brutal. A few found ways to complete contracts without killing, though this satisfied no one. The Night Mother's awakening shattered the sanctuary's fragile peace. When she spoke to the Dragonborn, choosing them as listener over Astrid's objections, it was divine intervention that couldn't be ignored. The unholy matron had been silent for decades. Her words now carried weight of accumulated purpose. The contract she revealed rewrote everything. Emperor Titus Mede II would die. The Dark Brotherhood would strike at the heart of the Empire itself. It was ambition beyond their diminished capabilities, but also opportunity to reclaim greatness. Astrid saw chance for profit and fame. Cicero saw divine mandate. The Dragonborn saw choice that would echo through history. The planning required resources the Brotherhood lacked. Amaund Mortiera, the contact who'd performed the Black Sacrament, provided gold and information, but not trust. His reasons for wanting the Emperor dead were carefully hidden. The Brotherhood didn't care. They were instruments of death, not judges of motivation. Infiltrating the Emperor's cousin's wedding was education in how the Brotherhood operated at its best. Multiple approaches existed: poison the food, arrow from afar, blade in the crowd. Each assassin had preferences that revealed personality. The kill itself mattered less than the message. The Dark Brotherhood could reach anyone, anywhere, but the Penitus Oculatus were waiting. The Emperor's security had been tracking the Brotherhood, anticipating their moves. The trap at the wedding was perfectly sprung. Only the Dragonborn's unique abilities allowed escape from what should have been certain death. The Brotherhood had been betrayed from within. The sanctuary's destruction followed with terrible swiftness. Penitus Oculatus agents stormed the Volkihar hideout with fire and steel. Most of the family died defending their home. Arnbjorn fell in werewolf form. Gabriella died at her alchemy table. Festus was pinned to a tree with arrows. Vizara fought to the last breath. The sanctuary burned, taking centuries of tradition with it. The survivors were few and broken. Nazir and Bebet escaped through vampire strength and Red Guard stubbornness. Cicero fled with the Night Mother, preserving what mattered most. The Dragonborn survived through protagonist's luck. But Astrid waited in the sanctuary's ruins, burned beyond recognition by her own hand. Her confession was agonizing. She'd betrayed them all, selling the family to the Penitus Oculatus in exchange for survival. But the Empire had lied, attacking anyway. Her last act was to perform the Black Sacrament on herself, offering her own life to fulfill the contract she'd broken. It was redemption and damnation combined. Leadership's final failure and first success. The Night Mother's guidance led to Dawnstar Sanctuary, abandoned for decades, but still intact. This older hideout had been the Brotherhood's first in Skyrim, abandoned when Volkihar seemed more convenient. Its defenses were archaic but effective. More importantly, it had been forgotten by their enemies. Rebuilding required recruiting. The Dragonborn became leader by default, chosen by the Night Mother, survivor of betrayal, killer of emperors. New assassins came slowly. Some were psychopaths seeking structure. Others were professionals wanting the Brotherhood's resources. A few were true believers, drawn by Sithis' promise of void. The Emperor's assassination still waited. The Penitus Oculatus thought the Brotherhood broken, but underestimating the Dark Brotherhood was historically fatal. The plan's bones remained sound. Replace the gourmet, chef scheduled to cook for the Emperor, but execution required adapting to reduced resources. Finding and killing the gourmet was straightforward murder made complex by his paranoia. He'd hidden well, understanding that his proximity to power made him a target, but nowhere was hidden enough from the Dark Brotherhood's reach. His death was quiet, his identity stolen with practiced ease. Infiltrating the Emperor's ship as the gourmet was surreal. The Penitus Oculatus suspected nothing, their victory making them overconfident. Cooking for the Emperor using recipes the Dragonborn had to improvise. The real gourmet's notes were deliberately vague, added comedy to tragedy. The poisoning was anticlimactic. Jarin root, rare poison that Astrid had provided, went into the Emperor's meal without detection. Titus Mead II ate heartily, complimented the cooking, and died messily. The assassination was complete, the contract fulfilled. The Dark Brotherhood had killed an Emperor, except it wasn't complete. The Emperor was a double, a sacrifice to draw out assassins. Commander Maro of the Penitus Oculatus had anticipated everything, using his own son as bait. The real Emperor waited aboard the Kataria, his ship moored in Solitude's harbour. The contract remained unfulfilled, but Amon Motiere's location was known, his guards penetrable. The confrontation revealed partial truth. He'd wanted the Emperor dead for political reasons that seemed petty against the carnage caused. His payment was substantial, but felt hollow. Some Dragonborn killed him for his manipulation. Others let him live, recognizing he was just another client. The true Emperor's assassination required infiltrating the Kataria directly. The ship was fortress and trap combined, crawling with Penitus Oculatus, who shot to kill. But they expected desperate assassin, not the Dragonborn. Thoum and skill carved a path through defenders who'd trained for conventional threats. Titus Mead II waited in his cabin with surprising calm. He'd known death was coming, had prepared for it with Emperor's dignity. His request was simple: kill whoever had ordered his death, balance the scales. He faced death with courage that made the killing harder. Some Dragonborn honored his request. Others refused, seeing no honor among employers and targets. Either way, the blade fell, and the Empire lost another Emperor to assassination. The escape from the Kataria was harrowing. Every guard on the ship converged, seeking vengeance for their failure. The Dragonborn fled through corridors slick with blood, diving into Solitude's harbour as the ship erupted in chaos. Swimming to shore while weighted with armour tested even Dragonborn endurance. The Dark Brotherhood's reputation was restored in blood. They'd killed an emperor, something that hadn't happened since the Septim Line ended. Contracts flowed in from those who dismissed them as finished. Gold filled coffers that had been empty. The Dawnstar Sanctuary expanded to accommodate new recruits drawn by success. But leadership of the Dark Brotherhood was different from leading other organizations. The Night Mother spoke through the Dragonborn as listener, providing contracts that served Sithis' unknowable purposes. Each kill was prayer, each death an offering to the void. The religious aspect couldn't be ignored or modernized away. It was fundamental to what made the Brotherhood more than mere assassins. Different Dragonborn led differently. Some emphasized the religious aspects, turning the Brotherhood into death cult that happened to profit. Others focused on professional excellence, creating assassins who killed with artistic precision. A few tried to reform the Brotherhood's ethics, taking contracts only against those who deserved death, a contradiction that satisfied no one. The relationship with Cicero required careful handling. His madness was real but controlled, channeled into service of the Night Mother. As keeper, he maintained traditions everyone else would abandon for convenience. His loyalty was absolute but expressed through behavior that unnerved hardened killers. Managing him was like handling explosive alchemy, useful but dangerous. New recruits brought new challenges. The Brotherhood's reputation attracted those who killed for pleasure rather than purpose. Screening out psychopaths who would damage the organization's professional standing required careful evaluation. The best assassins were those who killed dispassionately, viewing death as craft rather than entertainment. The Sanctuary's defenses evolved with threats. The Penitus Oculatus hadn't forgotten their humiliation. Vigilantes sought to destroy what they saw as evil incarnate. Other assassin groups tried to eliminate competition. The Brotherhood survived through paranoia elevated to art form, security measures that would have impressed Dwemer engineers. Contracts became increasingly elaborate as the Brotherhood's capabilities grew. Simple murders gave way to elaborate schemes, making deaths appear natural, framing others for kills, eliminating entire bloodlines without suspicion. Each success brought harder challenges, clients who wanted the impossible and would pay accordingly. The moral weight of leadership pressed differently on different Dragonborn. Some embraced the void, finding peace in serving death itself. Others compartmentalized, separating their Brotherhood activities from their other roles. A few were crushed by it, eventually abandoning the organization they'd rebuilt. The Night Mother's contracts seemed random, but patterns emerged. Targets often had connections to cosmic forces, Daedra worshippers, dragon cultists, those who threatened reality's stability. The Brotherhood served balance in ways its members didn't understand, removing those whose continued existence would cause greater harm. The Daedric princes had watched the Dragonborn's rise with interest that transcended mortal comprehension. These entities, neither good nor evil by mortal standards, simply alien, saw opportunity in a mortal who'd touched divinity without being consumed. Each prince offered bargains wrapped in necessity, power dressed as service. Meridia's beacon appeared in unlikely places, drawn to the Dragonborn through fate or design. The artifact blazed with light that hurt undead eyes, calling to anyone who would serve the Prince of Life and Light. Her hatred of undeath was absolute, making her unique among Daedra who typically cared nothing for mortal concepts of natural order. Mount Kilcreath's temple had been corrupted by Malkoran, a necromancer who served dragons in life and himself in death. His defilement of Meridia's shrine was deliberate insult, using her temple to create undead abominations. The prince's rage was incandescent, her light dimmed by this corruption. The temple's cleansing required navigating architecture designed to channel light. Meridia's influence manifested as beams that could be directed through crystals, burning undead to ash while leaving living flesh unharmed. The puzzles were lessons. Light revealed truth, shadows hid corruption, and both were necessary for complete understanding. Malkoran himself was revelation of how dragon worship had corrupted humans. He wielded Thuum, taught by dragons who saw humans as tools, combined with necromancy that violated everything natural. His shade split from his body upon death, requiring the Dragonborn to fight both corpse and spirit simultaneously. Dawnbreaker, Meridia's reward, was more than weapon. The sword burned undead with fire that existed partially in Aetherius, Meridia's realm of pure light. But wielding it came with obligation. Meridia expected her champions to actively hunt undead, not merely defend against them. The sword's light was beacon to both undead and those who served life. Azura's shrine south of Winterhold attracted those who understood that twilight was more than time of day. The Prince of Dusk and Dawn dealt in transitions, transformations, and the beauty found in change. Her priestess, Aranea Einith, had waited years for the Dragonborn's arrival, sustained by visions of their coming. The Star of Azura was broken, corrupted by Malyn Varen's attempt to achieve immortality through soul manipulation. The Dunmer wizard had discovered that black souls, mortal souls, were more powerful than white. His experiments had trapped him within Azura's star, corrupting it into something that violated its purpose. Finding Varen's body in Ilinalta's Deep revealed the depths of magical ambition. He'd turned his students into soul batteries, draining them to sustain his research. The necromancers who now occupied the ruins were his legacy, twisted by proximity to corrupted soul magic. They fought with desperation of those who knew their souls were forfeit. The choice Nelacar presented, restore the star to Azura or complete its corruption into the Black Star, tested the Dragonborn's philosophy. Azura offered divine favor and a tool for trapping animal souls. The Black Star could trap human souls, providing power at moral cost. Neither choice was clearly right or wrong. Entering the star to confront Varen required soul projection, leaving the body vulnerable while the spirit fought. Inside was Varen's domain, shaped by his will and madness. He'd created a pocket realm of crystallized ambition, beautiful and terrible. The battle was as much philosophical as physical, proving that immortality without purpose was meaningless existence. Those who restored the star to Azura received her blessing and eternal gratitude. The Prince of Transitions understood loyalty's value, marking her champions subtly. Those who kept the Black Star gained powerful tool but Azura's enmity. Her curses were subtle, luck turning at crucial moments, twilight bringing unease rather than peace. Bethea's calling came through books that appeared where they shouldn't, containing truths that hurt to read. The Prince of Plots, Deceit, and Murder sought champions who understood that betrayal was the highest form of trust. It required closeness to accomplish. The shrine demanded sacrifice that tested commitment to power. Leading a follower to sacrifice was intimate cruelty. The Dragonborn had to choose someone who trusted them, guide them to Boethia's shrine, and watch as the prince consumed them. The possession that followed was violation and education combined. Feeling divine consciousness wear mortal flesh like ill-fitting clothes. The tournament that followed was Boethia's selection process. Her potential champions fought to death, proving strength through survival, but strength alone wasn't enough. Cunning, cruelty, and willingness to betray allies for advantage were equally valued. The last standing earned the right to hunt her previous champion. Knife Point Ridge showcased bandits elevated by Boethia's influence. They weren't common thugs, but warriors who'd embraced betrayal as philosophy. Their leader wore the ebony mail, armor that poisoned through proximity. Taking it required not just defeating him, but proving superior understanding of Boethiah's nature. The ebony mail was lessen in power's price. It made the wearer superior in combat, but poisoned allies who stood too close. Stealth was enhanced, but at cost of connection. Wearing it meant accepting isolation, proving Boethiah's truth that power came through separation from others. The House of Horrors in Markarth had stood empty for generations, its history of violence keeping even desperate squatters away. Vigilant Tyrannus suspected Daedric influence, his suspicions proving fatally correct. Molag Bal's presence had soaked into the stones, waiting for appropriate victims. The trap was perfectly sprung. Tyrannus and the Dragonborn, investigating together, were separated by the house itself. Doors locked, passages shifted, and the Vigilant was forced to attack through Molag Bal's compulsion. His death was necessary. The Prince of Domination required blood to manifest. Logrolf the Willful's rescue was another layer of trap. The Priest of Boethiah had been captured by Forsworn, but his rescue led him directly to Molag Bal's altar. The rivalry between princes made him perfect victim. His defiance even under torture impressed Molag Bal, who preferred breaking the strong over the weak. The choice presented was false. Kill Logrolf or be killed. Molag Bal's domain was domination, not negotiation, but how the Dragonborn killed mattered. Quick mercy disappointed the prince. Prolonged torture through the rusty mace pleased him. The lesson was clear. Domination required not just victory, but humiliation. The mace of Molag Bal trapped souls while draining life, feeding both wielder and prince. Using it meant participating in domination's cycle, becoming oppressor to avoid being oppressed. Some Dragonborn embraced this, finding strength in others' submission. Others carried it unused, keeping dangerous artifact from worse hands. The Pelagius wing of Solitude's Blue Palace had been sealed since the Mad Emperor's death. Dervanin's request to retrieve his master seemed simple enough, but nothing involving Sheogorath was ever simple. The Wobberjack's appearance should have been warning enough. Artifacts of madness rarely led anywhere sane. Pelagius's mind was a landscape of trauma made manifest. The Mad Emperor's psyche had been preserved, imprisoned by Sheogorath for centuries of entertainment. Each area represented different neurosis, paranoia, night terrors, confidence shattered by doubt. Navigation required understanding madness's logic. Sheogorath himself was revelation. The Daedric Prince of Madness wore mortality like costume, appearing as gentlemen whose sanity had taken extended vacation. His speech mixed profound wisdom with absolute nonsense, making conversation exercise in interpretation. He knew truths that sanity couldn't comprehend. The tasks required to cure Pelagius were lessons in futility. Madness couldn't be fixed, only transformed. Fighting his night terrors made them stronger. Boosting his confidence revealed deeper insecurities. Only by accepting madness as valid perspective could progress be made. The Wobberjack embodied Sheogorath's nature. Transformation without predictability. It might turn enemies to chickens, or gold, or sweet rolls, or explosions. Using it meant accepting that outcomes were beyond control, that chaos had its own validity. For some Dragonborn, this was liberation. For others, it was a tool too dangerous to use. The Daedric Prince of Knowledge had been watching since the Dragonborn first opened a black book. Hermaeus Mora played longer games than other princes, collecting champions across centuries like books for his infinite library. The Dragonborn's knowledge of dragons, of Thuum, of powers beyond mortal ken, was irresistible to him. The Ogma Infinium represented knowledge distilled to dangerous purity. Septimus Cygnus had sought it for decades, driven mad by proximity to understanding he couldn't quite grasp. His outpost on ice demonstrated dedication that had crossed into obsession, surrounded by Dwemer artifacts that whispered mechanical secrets.
Boy,
Opening the Dwemer lockbox required blood from all the Mer races: Altmer, Bosmer, Dunmer, Orsimer, and Falmer. The mixture would approximate Dwemer blood, proving that they hadn't vanished but had transformed into something that no longer registered as distinct race. The implications were staggering and carefully ignored. Hermaeus Mora's manifestation was violation of physics and perception. He appeared as massive eyes and tentacles that existed in more dimensions than mortals could process. His voice came from everywhere and nowhere, offering knowledge that would remake or destroy depending on the listener's strength. The Ogma Infinium contained everything and nothing. Reading it granted immediate understanding in chosen areas, might, magic, or shadow, but at cost of knowing too much. The book vanished after reading, but its knowledge remained, burning in minds not meant to contain it. Using it meant accepting Mora's mark, becoming another book in his collection. The Mythic Dawn Museum in Dawnstar was monument to failure and warning combined. Silas Vesuvius collected artifacts from the cult that had nearly destroyed the world, claiming academic interest. But proximity to Dagon's influence was never safe, as the Dragonborn discovered when asked to help reassemble Mehrunes' razor. The razor's pieces were scattered deliberately, each hidden with groups that understood its danger. The keepers of the razor had maintained their vigil for generations, passing down warnings about the blade that could kill anything. Their descendant in Jorgen and Lami showed how duty diluted across time. Gunzul, the orc who guarded the hilt, had imprisoned himself to keep it safe. Centuries of solitude had driven him mad, but his dedication remained. The battle against him was mercy as much as necessity. His death released him from duty that had consumed his life. The Pommelstone's guardian was Draskua, a forsworn leader who understood revolution's cost. She'd used the razor's piece to inspire her followers, channeling Dagon's revolutionary energy into their rebellion. Her death meant ending hope for her people, adding weight to simple retrieval. Mehrunes Dagon's shrine demanded blood to activate. Silas had to die for the razor to be reforged. The Prince of Revolution required overthrow of old order. Some Dragonborn killed him, gaining weapon that could slay anything with single cut. Others refused, accepting Dagon's wrath rather than murdering for artifact. The razor itself was revolution given form. Its enchantment, instant death to anyone, regardless of power, made hierarchies meaningless. In the hands of peasant or Dragonborn, it was equally deadly. Using it meant accepting that all structures were temporary, all power transitional. The Hall of the Dead in Markarth hid secrets that went beyond normal corruption. Iola's whispers spoke of meat that wasn't beast, of hungers that civilization claimed to have conquered. Namira's influence was subtle here, working through taboos rather than direct manifestation. The cannibals of Markarth were revelation of how thin civilization's veneer was. Respected citizens gathered to feast on flesh, justifying it through worship of the Daedric Prince of Decay. They weren't monsters, but people who'd chosen to embrace what society rejected. Their normalcy made them more disturbing than any Draga. Brother Verulus's corruption showed how easily faith could be perverted. The priest of Arkay, guardian against undeath, was led to become meal for those who violated everything he stood for. His trust in the Dragonborn made betrayal possible. The feast that followed was test of commitment to darkness. The Ring of Namira granted power through transgression. Feeding on corpses restored health and stamina. But more importantly, it identified the wearer as one who'd crossed lines that couldn't be uncrossed. Wearing it meant accepting place among society's hidden monsters. Dawnstar's nightmare plague affected everyone, from children to guards to Jarl. Vermina's influence spread through dreams, making rest impossible and slowly driving the population mad. The Dragonborn's arrival was either salvation or deeper damnation, depending on choices made. Aranda's passed as Casimir revealed how people could change. The former priest of Vermina had participated in the skull of corruption's use, feeding on dreams for power. His conversion to Mara represented genuine redemption, though his former brothers wouldn't forgive. Nightcaller Temple preserved moment of crisis in magical amber. The Orc war party's attack had been frozen mid-assault, priests and invaders locked in eternal conflict. Releasing the spell meant continuing battle that had paused for decades, adding urgency to ancient violence. The skull of corruption fed on nightmares, growing stronger with each dream consumed. In Vermina's hands, it was tool of torment, but it could also grant peace by consuming nightmares before they manifested. The choice to destroy or claim it reflected views on whether evil tools could serve good ends. The Dreamstride allowed walking through memories, experiencing history firsthand. But memories were subjective, shaped by perception and emotion. The past revealed through Dreamstride was true, but not factual, real, but not reliable. Using it meant accepting that truth had multiple versions, all equally valid. The drinking contest with Sam Gaven began innocently enough in whatever tavern the Dragonborn frequented. The mysterious stranger's challenge seemed harmless. Drink for drink until someone collapsed. Pride, boredom, or simple thirst led to accepting. The special mead tasted of poor decisions and coming regret. What followed was blackout adventure told through aftermath. Waking in Markarth's Temple of Dibella with angry priestesses demanding explanation for defiled statuary. A stolen goat in Rorikstead, whose owner wanted compensation. A ring given to a hagraven in promise of marriage. Each revelation was more embarrassing than the last. The trail of destruction led across Skyrim, revealing depths of debauchery the Dragonborn hadn't known they possessed. But it also showed Sanguine's nature. The Prince of Debauchery wasn't evil, but liberating, freeing mortals from inhibitions that constrained them. The chaos caused was joyful rather than malicious. Morvunska's portal to Misty Grove revealed Sanguine's realm as eternal party where consequences didn't exist. The prince himself was jovial host, amused by mortals who could match his enthusiasm for excess. His gift of the Sanguine Rose summoned Dremora to fight alongside the Dragonborn, sharing the party's chaos with enemies. Thardam's was closed for good reason. The afflicted who'd sought commune with Periite had found it, becoming plague carriers whose very breath spread disease. Their leader, Orchandor, had gone further, absorbing so much of Periite's power that he'd become walking epidemic. Periite's aspect as maintainer of natural order seemed contradictory with his disease portfolio until understanding dawned. Disease was natural. Plague maintained balance. The weak died, the strong survived, and evolution continued. His followers embraced this, seeing their affliction as blessing. The Dwemer ruins were maze of contagion. The afflicted wandered in religious ecstasy, spreading disease while praising Periite for their suffering. They fought not from malice, but from desire to share their prince's gifts. Each one killed was mercy and tragedy combined. Orchandor had achieved what he'd sought, transcendence through disease. His body hosted plagues that shouldn't coexist. His magic channeled pure contagion. Fighting him required accepting exposure to diseases that potions couldn't cure. Victory came through outlasting his infections. Spellbreaker, Periite's reward, seemed odd for the Prince of Pestilence. But the shield that blocked magic also blocked healing, enforcing natural recovery. Using it meant accepting that some afflictions must be endured rather than cured, that suffering had purpose in maintaining cosmic balance. Ill met by moonlight began with tragedy in Falkreath. Sinding had torn a child apart, his werewolf nature overwhelming control. His imprisonment was formality. Everyone knew he'd be executed, but his claim of cursed ring that forced transformations warranted investigation. Hircine's ring was cruel joke on those who sought power without understanding. It granted lycanthropy but forced random transformations, turning blessing into curse. Sinding had stolen it from the Daedric Prince of the Hunt, earning divine displeasure expressed through uncontrolled savagery. The choice presented was classic Hircine: hunt or be hunted. Sinding escaped to Bloated Man's grotto, where Hircine set up divine hunt. The Dragonborn could join hunters seeking to kill the werewolf or help Sinding escape his fate. Neither choice was clearly moral. Those who hunted Sinding joined Hircine's aspects: speed, guile, and strength manifested as hunters who'd transcended mortality. The chase through Bloated Man's grotto was primal, stripping away civilization's pretenses. Victory meant skinning Sinding to create Savior's hide, armor that protected against magic and poison. Those who aided Sinding fought against Hircine's hunters, proving that mercy could overcome nature. The Prince of Hunt respected this choice, granting his ring cleansed of curse. Controlled lycanthropy was a powerful gift, though it came with understanding that the hunt never truly ended. A Daedra's best friend started with talking dog, which should have been sufficient warning. Barbas was more than dog. He was Clavicus Vile's conscience externalized, the voice of reason the Prince of Bargains ignored. Their separation meant Vile made increasingly poor deals, while Barbas sought someone to reunite them. The journey to Clavicus Vile's shrine was comedy and philosophy combined. Barbas was insufferably cheerful, invulnerable, and prone to pushing the Dragonborn off cliffs accidentally. His commentary revealed centuries of dealing with his master's poor impulse control. Clavicus Vile wanted the rueful axe, weapon he'd granted to someone who'd wished to cure his daughter's lycanthropy. The cure had been death, technically fulfilling the bargain while violating its spirit. This was Vile's nature, granting wishes in ways that mocked the wisher. The choice was between reuniting Vile with his conscience or keeping the rueful axe. The axe was powerful but cursed with regret, each kill bringing sorrow rather than satisfaction. Reuniting Barbas with Vile restored balance, but meant dealing with Prince, who'd learned nothing from separation. The Mask of Clavicus Vile, reward for reuniting them, granted supernatural charm. But like all Vile's gifts, it came with hidden price. The charm was compulsion, making people agree too easily. True friendship became impossible when everyone was magically influenced to like you. The Whispering Door in Dragon's Reach had been sealed for generations, but whispers still escaped. Jarl Balgruf's children heard them most clearly, young minds being more susceptible to Mephal's influence. The Ebony Blade waited behind that door, hungry for betrayal. Mephal's sphere was secrets that destroyed, lies that revealed truth through their unraveling. Her influence on Balgruf's children was subtle, turning normal sibling rivalry toward darker ends. Nelkir's behavior grew increasingly disturbing as the whispers taught him secrets he shouldn't know. Opening the door required betraying either Balgruf or Farengar's trust, stealing keys they'd hidden for good reason. The Ebony Blade beyond was beautiful in its simplicity, a katana that grew stronger through killing those who trusted the wielder. Each betrayal fed it. Each murder of a friend increased its power. Using the Ebony Blade meant embracing Mephal's philosophy that trust existed to be violated. The weapon encouraged forming friendships solely to destroy them. Some Dragonborn fed it fully, becoming walking betrayal. Others locked it away, recognizing corruption too fundamental to resist. The cursed tribe of Lagashpa suffered under giant attacks that their walls couldn't stop. Malakath had withdrawn his protection, judging Chief Yamar's weak. The Orcs faced extinction unless their patron's favor was restored through trials that tested more than strength. Malakath's nature as patron of outcasts made him harshest on those he protected. Orcs had to prove themselves constantly or lose divine favor. Yamar's cowardice in asking the Dragonborn to fight for him proved he'd fallen far from Orcish ideals. The journey to Fallowstone Cave for ingredients was test within test. Yamars revealed his weakness repeatedly, trying to avoid combat while maintaining facade of strength. His eventual betrayal, attempting to kill the Dragonborn rather than face Malakath's judgment, was pathetic rather than shocking. Giant's Grove held Malakath's shrine, guarded by Giant who'd served as offering for generations. The battle was straightforward, strength against strength, no tricks or magic. Victory meant right to commune with Malakath, who judged Yamars unworthy of life. Volendrung, Malakath's hammer, was weapon of outcasts and exiles. It drained stamina from enemies, allowing endless battle against overwhelming odds. Wielding it meant accepting position outside society's protection, finding strength in rejection. The dragon priests had ruled Skyrim in the Merethic era as intermediaries between dragons and humans. Their masks and power had survived millennia, waiting in tombs for those foolish enough to disturb them. Each priest represented different aspect of dragon worship, their names themselves words of power. Croesus waited at Sheerpoint, his tomb open to sky where dragons still came to pay respects. His name meant sorrow in dragon tongue, and his attacks brought it, fire and frost alternating in patterns that left no safe distance. His mask enhanced archery, lockpicking, and alchemy, tools of patience and precision. Volsung haunted Volkihar, horror of horrors, a temple where dragon worship had taken darkest forms. His name meant air horror, and his Thuum could suffocate armies. The mask he wore granted prices better, water breathing, and carry weight, gifts for those who travelled far from home. Otar the Mad had been sealed in Ragnvald by his own priests, his madness making him dangerous even to allies. 2 skull keys kept his sarcophagus closed, split between guardians who died at their posts. When freed, he fought with berserker fury that ignored wounds. His mask granted resistance to fire, frost, and shock, protection against everything including sanity. Nakreen guarded Skuldafn's portal to Sovngarde, his name meaning vengeance. He'd volunteered for eternal vigil, considering it honor to guard the threshold between life and death. His mask enhanced magicka and destruction, tools for those who brought vengeance through power. Ragot ruled Forelhost, the last stronghold of the dragon cult. His name meant rage, and his final solution to siege was mass suicide. Hundreds of cultists drinking poison rather than surrender. His mask increased to stamina, perfect for the endless rage he embodied. Voken controlled Highgate ruins through magic that bound souls to his will. Shadow was his nature and name, striking from darkness with curses that lingered. His mask enhanced alteration, conjuration, and illusion, tools for those who shaped reality through will. Heavenrak had sought to become Lich through will alone, his preparations taking centuries. His name meant brutal, and his experiments on subjects proved it. The ritual to prevent his resurrection required destroying vessels containing his essence. His mask granted immunity to poison and disease, protection against the tools he'd mastered. Bromjunar's sanctuary existed outside normal time, accessible only through the wooden mask found in Labyrinthian. This dragon priest shrine showed the cult at its height. Beautiful, terrible, and utterly devoted to dragon supremacy. The altar waited for all 8 named masks, promising revelation for those who collected them. The sanctuary's temporal nature meant experiencing the dragon cult's glory days. Priests moved through ghostly echoes, conducting rituals that shaped reality. Dragons landed on perches designed for their comfort. Humans knelt in worship that was genuine rather than forced. It was seductive vision of order through submission. When all 8 dragon priest masks were placed on Bromjunar's altar, the final mask materialized, Konarik, Warlord. This wasn't just armor but mantle of authority, worn by the highest dragon priest who coordinated the others. Its enchantment was unique. When the wearer neared death, it could heal completely and grant brief invincibility. Konarik's existence raised questions. Who had worn it? Why was it hidden rather than buried with its owner? The sanctuary held no answers, only the mask itself, waiting for someone worthy of ultimate authority over the dragon cult's legacy. The Volkihar amulet represented different legacy, not dragon worship, but mortal ambition. Lord Volkihar had been Archmage in the First Era, his amulet granting power over magic, health, and stamina. His 3 sons had murdered him for it, dividing the amulet between them. Their father's dying curse ensured they'd never rest peacefully. Investigating the legend meant following clues across Skyrim. The Emerald Dragonclaw in Volkihar, journals in Sarthal, whispers in taverns about cursed brothers. Each piece of information led deeper into tragedy that had played out centuries ago. Jirik Galderson waited in Sarthal, the eldest brother who'd claimed the amulet's magica portion. The College of Winterhold expedition had awakened him, adding modern casualties to ancient crimes. He fought with magic that drew on the amulet's power, teleporting and summoning with exhausting ease. Mikrul Galderson haunted Volkihar, where he'd been locked away by Galdar's loyalists. The youngest brother had taken the amulet's stamina portion, becoming warrior who couldn't tire. His Draugr servants reflected his nature, relentless, numerous, overwhelming through persistence. Sigdis Galderson occupied Gaimund's Hall, master of illusion, who'd claimed the amulet's health portion. He split into copies that confused and overwhelmed, each one potentially real until struck. His boss fight was exercise in perception, determining truth among lies. The final confrontation came in Reachwater Rock, where Lord Galdar's spirit waited. The 3 brothers were summoned together, forced to face their father and each other. The battle was family drama made violent, centuries of resentment exploding in Thuum and bladework. Galdar's forgiveness came with reforging the amulet, making it whole for the first time since his murder. The artifact granted all 3 enhancements: health, magica, and stamina increased significantly. But more importantly, it represented reconciliation, proof that even ancient wrongs could be made right. The Ethereum Wars book appeared innocuous, scholarly work about Dwemer history. But reading it triggered interest from someone who'd been watching for centuries. Catria's ghost manifested to those who showed genuine interest in her life's work, offering partnership from beyond death. Catria had been betrayed by her apprentice, Taran Dreth, who'd stolen her research and published it under his name. Her death in Arkenthams was officially accident, but felt like murder. She'd spent ghostly decades waiting for someone to help complete her work and expose the truth. Arkenthams was Dwemer engineering at its most paranoid. The tonal locks required hitting resonators in precise patterns, with failure meaning death by blade, flame, or fall. Catria's guidance was essential. She died learning the correct sequence and wouldn't let another suffer similarly. The Ethereum shard found there was beautiful and wrong. A crystal that existed partially in another dimension, visible but not entirely present. 3 more existed, each hidden in Dwemer ruins that had been dangerous before millennia of decay added complications. Raldbthar's shard was guarded by Dwemer automatons and Falmer who'd achieved symbiosis of sorts. The Blind Elves maintained the machines that protected them, while the machines followed programming that included accepting Falmer presence. It was the closest thing to Dwemer-Falmer cooperation that existed. Mzulft's shard required navigating the Synod's failed experiments. These Imperial mages had tried to use Dwemer technology to locate magical artifacts, but had instead attracted Falmer attention. Their bodies told stories of academic arrogance meeting practical violence. Deepfolk Crossing's shard was almost anticlimactic, a small Dwemer structure that seemed decorative rather than functional. But simplicity was deception. The shard was hidden in mechanisms that required understanding Dwemer philosophy rather than engineering. The Ethereum Forge's location came from combining all 4 shards, revealing patterns that pointed to ruins beneath Bethalft. The entrance required the shards as keys, each one activating mechanisms that had waited patiently for millennia. The descent was journey through Dwemer ambition made manifest. The forge itself defied comprehension. Here the Dwemer had worked with Ethereum, material that existed partially outside reality. The forge could create items that violated normal physics, crowns that granted abilities, shields that reflected force absolutely, staves that channeled pure energy. But first came the Forge Master, a Dwemer centurion of unprecedented size and power. It had guarded the forge for millennia, following programming that prioritized protection over everything. The battle was against Dwemer engineering at its peak, metal and magic combined into near-perfect warrior. Victory allowed single use of the forge, creating one item from limited Ethereum remaining. The crown granted daily standing stone blessings. The shield turned enemies' force against them. The staff summoned Dwemer constructs from nothing. Each was unique, irreplaceable, and slightly wrong in ways that suggested why the Dwemer had vanished. Catria's peace came from seeing her work completed and truth revealed. Tarandreth's reaction to being exposed was predictable. Denial, anger, eventual acceptance that his theft had been revealed. Catria's ghost faded with satisfaction, her life's work vindicated, and her death given meaning. Red Eagle was a Reachman hero, whose legend the Nords had tried to suppress. His story was one of sacrifice and corruption, a leader who'd made a pact with a Hagraven to gain power to fight the Alessian Empire. Victory had come at the cost of his humanity, transforming him into something between man and monster. The legend was scattered across Skyrim in books the Nords had tried to burn. Each piece revealed more of the truth. How Red Eagle had united the Reach, how he'd fought impossible odds, how his own people had eventually turned against him when his transformation became complete. His tomb at Rebel's Cairn was hidden for good reason. Finding Red Eagle's sword fury was the first step. The blade had been deliberately weakened, its power sealed to prevent its use. But it still called to those of Reach blood, whispering promises of vengeance against Nordic oppression. The forsworn who carried it rarely lived long. The blade demanded action that led to death. Rebel's Cairn was a test of will as much as combat. The path to Red Eagle's tomb was lined with the bodies of those who tried to claim his power. Forsworn, Nords, Imperial scholars, all had failed for different reasons. The Cairn judged worthiness by criteria that weren't entirely clear. Red Eagle himself was revelation of how heroism could become horror. The pact that had given him power had also bound him to eternal unrest. He fought with the fury of someone who'd sacrificed everything and found it wasn't enough. His Thuum carried the rage of the Reach itself, words in languages that predated Nordic occupation. Defeating Red Eagle released him from his curse, but also revealed the truth of his legend. He'd been hero and monster, savior and destroyer. His transformation into Red Eagle's bane, the sword's true form, was his final gift to the Reach. The blade was powerful, but carried weight of its history, reminding wielders that power always demanded sacrifice. Beyond the named dragon priests were the acolyte priests, servants who'd worn lesser masks. These wooden or copper masks granted smaller benefits, but revealed the dragon cult's hierarchy. Finding them meant exploring tombs that didn't appear on maps, following rumors that scholars dismissed. Each acolyte priest had served specific function. The healer's mask enhanced restoration, worn by those who'd kept dragon cult armies fighting. The scholar's mask boosted magical learning, used by researchers who'd pushed boundaries of mortal understanding. The warrior's mask increased combat prowess, worn by those who'd enforced dragon law through violence. Collecting these lesser masks revealed patterns in dragon cult organization. they'd been more than religious fanatics. They'd been a functioning government with bureaucracy, specializations and succession plans. The dragons had ruled through a sophisticated system that made their tyranny efficient. Throughout Skyrim stood word walls, monuments where dragons had inscribed their language for worthy mortals to learn. Each wall taught one word of a Thu'um, but understanding required more than simple reading. The walls were tests, revealing words only to those who could comprehend them. The dragon priests had been the wall's primary guardians and students. Their tombs were often built around word walls, ensuring eternal vigil over knowledge that dragons considered sacred. Disturbing a priest meant proving worthiness to learn what they died protecting. Some walls were corrupted, their words twisted by centuries of dark worship or necromantic influence. Learning from these walls was dangerous. The Thu'um gained was powerful but wrong, carrying corruption that could spread to other shouts. Cleansing corrupted walls required understanding both dragon language and the nature of corruption itself. The dragon claws were keys, but they were also maps, puzzles, and tests combined. Each claw, golden, ivory, ebony, and others, opened specific doors in Nordic ruins, but their true purpose went beyond simple lock and key mechanics. The puzzles they opened were intelligence tests. The combination was always written on the claw itself, visible to anyone who thought to look. This wasn't security oversight, but deliberate design. The ancient Nords had wanted to keep out the unworthy, not the clever. Those who couldn't solve simple observation puzzle had no business accessing what lay beyond. Collecting multiple claws revealed their secondary purpose. When assembled, they formed a map to hidden dragon priest strongholds that didn't appear in any records. These shadow temples had been fallback positions, places where the cult could retreat and rebuild if their primary temples fell. The Draga that filled Nordic tombs weren't simple undead, but victims of the dragon cult's greatest cruelty. They'd been cursed to eternal service, maintaining tombs for masters who might never return. Their existence was tragedy made animate. Warriors who'd chosen honor in life condemned to dishonor in death. Understanding Draga nature revealed methods to grant them peace. Some could be released by destroying items that bound them. Others required completing tasks they'd left unfinished. A few could be reasoned with, their ancient minds still capable of recognizing honor when shown. The Draga Deathlords were different. Dragon priests in all but name, granted lesser masks and eternal service. They commanded other Draga through will and Thu'um, maintaining hierarchy even in death. Defeating them often released lesser Draga from service, granting peace to dozens through single victory. Beneath Labyrinthian lay the Hall of Stories, a hidden chamber where the dragon priests had recorded their true history. Not the propaganda found in public temples, but honest accounting of their rise and fall. The stories were told in dragon language, carved into walls that rearranged themselves based on the reader's understanding. The truth was more complex than either Nords or dragons admitted. The dragon priests had started as genuine intermediaries, trying to balance dragon demands with human needs. Some had been heroes by any reasonable measure, minimizing suffering while maintaining order. Their corruption had been gradual, power eroding principles until only tyranny remained. The hall revealed locations of dragon priest artifacts that history had forgotten, staves that channeled dragon breath, robes that granted partial Thu'um understanding, rings that allowed communication across vast distances. Each artifact came with warnings about corruption, lessons learned too late by their creators. Hidden in Bromjunar's sanctuary was the decree that had started the Dragon War. Not the Nordic version of events, but the dragon priest's perspective, written as they faced extinction. It revealed that some priests had supported human rebellion, recognizing that dragon rule had become unsustainable. The decree named traitor priests, who'd aided human rebels, teaching Thu'um secrets that dragons had forbidden. It also named loyalist priests who'd died defending the old order. Most surprisingly, it named dragons who'd questioned Alduin's rule, suggesting that rebellion hadn't been purely human versus dragon. This document rewrote understanding of the Dragon War. It hadn't been simple oppression versus freedom, but complex conflict with multiple factions. Dragons had fought dragons. Humans had fought humans. The dragon priests had been split between loyalty and conscience. Victory had come not through unity, but through one faction's ideology proving stronger. In the deepest tomb, unmarked and forgotten, waited the last priest. This wasn't a named priest, but the one who'd overseen the cult's end. He'd been the one to seal the temples, hide the artifacts, and ensure that dragon worship could return if needed. His vigil was voluntary, chosen rather than cursed. The last priest didn't attack immediately. He waited, evaluating, judging whether the time had come for the cult's return. His tests were philosophical rather than combat, questions about power, purpose, and the price of order. His Thu'um was strongest of all priests because he'd had millennia to perfect it. Defeating him required more than strength. It required proving that the world had moved beyond need for dragon tyranny, that mortals could govern themselves without divine oversight. Some Dragonborn failed this test, seduced by the order the dragon cult had provided. Others succeeded, earning the last priest's acknowledgement that his vigil could end. His death released the final seal on dragon cult power. Hidden temples revealed themselves. Artifacts thought lost returned to the world. Most importantly, the knowledge of how to create new dragon priests was recovered. Dangerous information that could recreate the cult if misused. The choice of what to do with this knowledge defined the Dragonborn's relationship with power. Some destroyed it, ensuring the dragon cult could never return. Others preserved it, believing knowledge itself was neutral. A few used it, creating new priests who served different purposes than their predecessors. The Dragonborn's journey through Skyrim's hidden depths revealed truth that no single threat ever truly ended. Alduin was gone, but dragons remained. Harkon was destroyed, but vampires persisted. Miraak was defeated, but Hermaeus Mora still schemed. The dragon priests were dead, but their legacy influenced. Each victory simply revealed new challenges. The guilds evolved under Dragonborn leadership, becoming forces that shaped Skyrim's future. The companions wrestled with their beast-blood heritage. The college pushed magical boundaries. The Thieves Guild balanced crime with honor. The Dark Brotherhood served death while questioning its purpose. Each organization reflected its leader's choices. Daedric princes continued their games, offering bargains to new champions. Their artifacts circulated through Skyrim, each one a seed of potential corruption or salvation. The Dragonborn's interactions with them had set precedents that would echo through generations. Some princes were pleased, others plotted revenge, all remembered. The dragon priests' legacy proved impossible to fully destroy. Their temples stood as warnings and temptations. Their masks retained power that called to the ambitious. Their knowledge waited in hidden places for those brave or foolish enough to seek it. The dragon cult was dead, but its corpse still influenced. Skyrim itself was forever changed. Dragons flew as citizens rather than conquerors. Vampires walked in shadow, but not always as predators. Werewolves hunted, but within bounds. The dead sometimes stayed dead. Magic was tool rather than mystery. The province had become a place where impossible was merely improbable. The Dragonborn stood at the center of these changes, catalyst and guardian both. Their choices had shaped not just their own story, but the stories of everyone they touched. Some had brought peace through strength. Others had brought order through chaos. All had brought change through action, but the story was far from over. New threats would emerge, some from outside Skyrim, others from within. The Thalmor still plotted mankind's downfall. Other provinces faced their own crises. Oblivion's princes schemed eternally, And somewhere, in depths unplumbed and heights unscaled, powers waited that would make dragons seem mundane. The last Dragonborn's true legacy wasn't in the enemies defeated or artifacts claimed. It was in proving that mortals could face gods and survive, that choice mattered more than destiny, that individuals could reshape the world through will and action. They'd been prisoner-bound for execution who became legend. If they could transform so dramatically, anyone could. Skyrim's future remained unwritten, its destiny unchosen. The Dragonborn had given its people the greatest gift, agency in their own fate. What they did with that gift would be their own story, told in their own voices, shaped by their own choices. The Age of Heroes hadn't ended, it had simply become democratized, and somewhere in the distance, a dragon roared, not in threat, but in acknowledgement. The world turned on. Stories continued. The Dragonborn's tale was complete, but never finished, ending where all great stories do, with the promise that adventure always waited for those brave enough to seek it. The last Dragonborn had shown the way, the rest was up to everyone else. Dragonborn had shown the way, the rest was up to everyone else. you.